Austin Theory defending his United States Championship inside Elimination Chamber. This has been announced somewhere, and I haven't seen where. But I don't know if I literally was this announced like half an hour ago or something. I have not seen this news anywhere. But if you watch the WWE Raw preview, then you've got them saying that earlier today it was announced that Austin Theory is going to be defending his United States Championship inside of the Elimination Chamber. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm all at sea. I was literally just sat here watching the preview for tonight's Raw, making a few notes so that obviously we had everything sorted. And they just made this announcement about Austin Theory being inside Elimination Chamber, defending the United States Championship. Now, what I would say is it's maybe not the biggest surprise in the world, because I wasn't really expecting Roman to go in there, but it could have been a woman. It could have been like someone going in and defending a female title, or could have been like the Usos defending the tag titles in there. We've seen tag teams going into Elimination Chamber. It could have been Intercontinental Championship that was in there. Gunther could have been defending. So we could have seen that. It could have been to have crowned a number one contender. We saw that last year when Bianca Belair won. She won the right to go to WrestleMania. So it could have been that. But it's not. Apparently, it's United States Championship that's going to be defended inside the Elimination Chamber. So that, I'm guessing that's true. I've literally just heard it said on the Raw preview that, so if that's what we're doing, then I'd imagine that's going to be a big focus tonight. Should be fun, said Miss Clown. Should be fun. Ryan Gambler, shout out to you. Is today going to be qualifying matches? I believe so. It's caught me off guard. I've not genuinely. I did step away from the internet for like an hour, and that's a mistake in it, in all fairness. You should be on it all the time, just absorbing that information all the time. I did step away for about an hour, but I haven't seen anything to do with that. And the way they said it's like, as reported earlier today, I wonder if it hasn't been reported anywhere. I wonder if like it's a bit of a botch and they were maybe not meant to mention it and it hasn't yet dropped or something. I don't know. It's out there though. It's on the Raw preview if you want to know where I got it from. So, breaking Edge and Finn in a pitch black match at Elimination Chamber since LA Knight lost to Bray. Edge and Finn in a pitch black match. What, are they going to do another one? Hey, do you know what? Right, we've got so much to talk about. That's why we've started early. And the one thing that I'm really shocked by is the number of people that really didn't seem to enjoy that pitch black match. And I've had a lot of people, I say a lot, I've had a decent amount getting in touch with me saying like it was rubbish, basically a load of rubbish. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't get it. I don't get where these people are coming from. I don't understand. I don't get it. I didn't have a problem with it. Genuinely didn't have a problem. Was it too short? Sure, yeah. Only went 5 minutes. But I think this is why I'm so confused. Like, it wasn't around long enough to, like, upset anyone. Well, seemingly that's not true. But it wasn't around long enough to upset. 5 minutes. A 5-minute match, and, like, there's people that are really... Like, I've got people sending me, like, messages that have got, like, swearing in there and all this. Like, people seem to be not feeling it. So, I don't know. The stuff after I said at the time I could have done without. I didn't need Uncle Howdy jumping off the top of that platform thing. Like, I didn't think it even looked that good, to be honest. We've seen, like, people jumping off heights much greater than that, that's what Shane McMahon built his career on. So, like, seeing Uncle Howdy do that didn't do anything for me. And then you've got the footage doing the rounds of him missing LA Knight by about a mile, right? So then you've got people, like, sniggering at that. So, if anything, I think that hurt more than helped. I don't think that helped at all. I think Bray putting on that mask after the match was good. because that was interesting. I think Bray putting that mask on was nice. For me, though, he should have just he should have got up and started following LA Knight to the back. LA Knight should have ran off, and Bray should have just been like stalking after him, and that should have been it. Then I would have ended it there. But to be honest, like even with the stuff that happened on the platform and everything, like I don't know why it got such a passionate response from certain people about like saying that it was absolute trash, all this kind of stuff. I don't understand. So if you do feel that way, first thing I'll say is you're not alone. I've definitely had people getting in touch saying that. But second of all, put it in the chat. Let me know. I mean, see it genuine. I'm being genuine. Why? What? How did that match get such a passionate negative response from people? I thought visually it looked amazing. I mean, I thought the match itself looked great. I loved the ropes and the way they were illuminated. I thought LA Knight's ring gear looked good. I felt that Bray could have been more illuminated. Certainly when he puts that mask on as well. When he puts that mask on, I felt like the mask didn't really illuminate as much as I would have liked. It would have been nice if that had been like a sharper, bolder, brighter red and really had popped. If you looked at like LA Knight's ring gear, for example, that really popped. That really shone through. Didn't feel like Bray's mask necessarily did. So I would have maybe tweaked that. Obviously, I would have given the match a bit more time. I don't think a match set in that sort of a setting is going to take you on a journey. I don't think that sort of setting is going to lead itself to like a 5-star back and forth classic. I don't think that's what that match is capable of doing. I mean, maybe you could put 2 incredible workers in there and see if you could do that. But for me, I think the fact that the lighting was so low, the fact that it was such a gimmick match meant that this was just 2 guys going out there fighting, just battling away, and someone won after 5 minutes. I would have gone like, I'd have chucked another 3 minutes on there. But really, in that match, did we need headlocks and ankle locks? And, did we need that? We didn't need that. That match just didn't need it. That match needed to be non-stop action. It needed to be action, because already you have made it a bit harder to see what's going on with the lights being out. So the action just needs to be intense. It needs to be fast-paced. I sort of felt like they went out there and largely did that. There was definitely a bit by the commentary table where, like, they got a little bit, like, could have... Bray, I think, was just struggling to set up the steps and find his footing momentarily. So that was a little bit clunky. But, God, in the space of 5 minutes, I just don't know how, like, people got so passionately upset with it. Or certain people. Not everyone, of course, but certain people. I didn't think it was anything special. I thought the match visually was nice. But I didn't think, like, the match quality was... I mean, for me, it's like, I don't know, 3 stars. Something like that. Maybe 2.75 even. Like, it was fine. It was all right. 2 guys just going at each other, 5 minutes. Do you know what I mean? Not everything needs to be 20 minutes long. You can have 5-minute matches. We used to have 5-minute matches a lot when I was growing up. So yeah, I don't know. That's a bit of a surprise, that one. I don't know why people were so passionately upset with it. Let's have a look, see what people are saying. What are your thoughts on Jey Uso leaving, said King Lunatic. My thoughts on Jey Uso leaving. I thought it was a big development. I thought it was a big story. I thought that it didn't quite go... I honestly thought that he was going to walk off and he'd be reflecting until Friday. We wouldn't hear anything. And then on Friday, his brother would come and see him and, like Jay would, say, I'm not sure how I'm feeling, like, but eventually might get back on sides. Him walking off and then sending a message out saying he's done. I mean, that's really interesting. It's really interesting. There's a lot of people thinking this could be a trap and that it could be that Jay is now going to portray that he's on the outside of the bloodline, but blood is thicker than water. He'll get back on side with them he'll end up costing Sammy at Elimination Chamber and all that kind of stuff, right? I'm so torn on it. I'm so torn because, like, to be perfectly truthful, it seems like all the plans are pointing towards it being Usos versus Sammy and Kevin, right? So people are thinking that the Usos are it's gonna be a trap. Usos will join forces again, and then we'll get Kevin and Sammy versus the Usos at WrestleMania. From a storyline point of view, can see why you would do that, because certainly if Jay is going to cost Sammy the title at Elimination Chamber, then there's going to be a lot of heat on Jay and a lot of heat on the Usos. And so, then I can totally see why you would have Kevin and Sammy up against the Usos at WrestleMania. So I'm really conflicted. I'm really torn because that does make sense. It does. I can't escape the fact it doesn't make sense. It does make sense. Do I like it? No, not at all. Not for 1 second, right? The tag titles mean nothing. They don't mean anything. I could go and get some cardboards and I could draw a belt on that cardboard. That would mean more than the tag belts in WWE. Don't mean anything, right? There is no exciting, vibrant tag division. Tell me the last time that we got the tag teams main eventing a premium live event, right? For me, Sammy has got himself to the top of the cards. He is at the top of the cards. He is now right up there with Roman. He's probably the hottest babyface, maybe in all of wrestling right now. There's maybe no one hotter than Sami Zayn right now. And I sort of feel like if the end result is going to be him winning some belts that don't mean anything at WrestleMania, I think that's really disappointing, to be perfectly truthful. And people can argue that the tag belts matter. They don't. They just don't. They don't, because when do the tag teams main event shows? They don't. They don't. Like, when do they main event Royal Rumbles and WrestleManias and secondary premium live events? Granted, they might main event a Raw or something like this, but they wouldn't if it was Roman on the show, or, you know what I mean? If there was a undisputed Universal Championship match, they wouldn't main event the show then. So I sort of feel like it's a storyline. It makes sense to go in that direction, but that better not be the final destination. The only problem is, if we do that at WrestleMania, I've got to think that you're putting the belt on Sammy. You're going to make Sammy then the tag champ. I've got to think he's going to win, which then means he's probably going to carry them belts for a while. And then, when's he going to get up there? When's he going to get back to the main event? Like, would this be it? Because I don't know that he's going to stay red hot all this time. I mean, right now he is red hot, and I don't know that he's going to stay red hot. I don't know that he's going to stay that and maintain that, because, like, this is the moment to strike, isn't it? This is the time, and they will at Elimination Chamber. Everything's pointing towards them striking and capitalizing at Elimination Chamber. But the belief is he's going to fall short, because obviously Cody needs to win. And it just brings us back to that conversation we've been having. Both of these guys getting in each other's way. If there was no Cody Rhodes, Sami Zayn would win the title at WrestleMania, right? I'm fairly certain about that, because he is red hot right now. And he belongs. He deserves it. It's been a big build. It's been a big story. You could make him champion at WrestleMania, right? So it makes perfect sense. You could do that, but Cody is in the way. Cody is in the way. Cody is in the way because he has got to win the title. This is why he's around. This is why he came back. He was a big signing for WWE. No one begrudges Cody winning the title, but what the end result is it's going to relegate Sammy down to a tag match, down to facing the Usos for belts that just don't mean anything. There's not even, what great feuds can you get with him in the tag division? Them against what? The Viking Raiders. Them against Maximum Male Models, Sammy and Kevin Owens against Hit Row. I mean, they could face the Street Profits. That might be all right, but it hasn't got me salivating like Sammy being champion at the top of the cards. So, I don't know, man. it's difficult, isn't it? Because not everyone can be champion, and certainly not at the same time. And I understand that the story right now is Cody. It's Cody. Cody's going to do it at WrestleMania, and I don't begrudge him that. I don't begrudge it him. But equally, I just think Sammy getting the tag belts is not the story that I would want to tell personally. Anna, shout out to you. I hope you're well, my friend. Anna says, I had no problems with the pitch black match, but my son didn't enjoy it. He's colorblind, couldn't see, and I had to call it. That's interesting. That's interesting. Do you know, people said the same thing about the red lights, about how people that struggle with being colorblind couldn't see it. The only thing I would say is the people that have got in touch with me to lay into the pitch black match, I don't think they're colorblind. Like, they just, when you push them, like those people, and you ask them a bit more, like, can you tell me specifically what's wrong? You either don't get an answer, or the answer you get is really generic, just like, that was trash. Like, okay, well, can you tell me specifically what you didn't like? No, it's just garbage, wasn't it? It's just a more Bray garbage. It's like, okay, but that's not specific, is it? What specifically didn't you like? Well, you know, I mean, the logo in the ring. Okay, but that's not Bray's fault, is it? That's not Bray's fault there's a logo in the ring. Uncle Howdy, he missed LA Knight by a mile. Okay, well, that was after the match. So what specifically about the pitch black match didn't you enjoy? And I've got to be honest, I'm still waiting for that answer. Apart from people telling me it was too short, which I do understand. And I do agree. But that is not enough of an answer for me to go, it was garbage, it was trash, it's a disgrace to wrestling. What? Because it was 5 minutes long instead of 8 or something. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, people seem very certain on Twitter about it was trash, it was garbage, but they can't tell me why, or no one has told me why. I do obviously understand where Anna's son's coming from. If Anna's son is colorblind and couldn't see it, that's a very good reason. And I do remember people saying the same during the red light for The Fiend. So, yeah, that's definitely something that WWE should take into account. It's difficult, though, isn't it? I mean, I don't think we're going to be seeing many pitch black matches, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it again. I wouldn't be surprised if it was something that we did revisit. But, yeah, that is a real shame that that's something that, I mean, I don't, colorblindness, I don't know quite how it works. I think it's like differs for different people, but some of it's like they see like reds as browns and things along these lines. I did have a friend that had it that explained it to me, what his was like, and it was like you can see pretty much everything, but it was like certain colors just weren't coming through, and so there was a lot of like grays and different shades of browns and stuff like this. So, but I didn't know how that would work with like a neon pitch black match. So that's interesting, but also a real shame. So, Anna, shout out to you. I hope you're well. Don't feel like I spoke to you in a while. I think I retweeted one of your things earlier, but I hope you're well, my friends. Let's go back up, and there was another one. We've got Sam Bellissimo. Sam said, I can see both titles on the line at WrestleMania on day 1 and day 2. Well, I mean, look, I'm not a fan of Roman defending twice, just because I feel like we're overexposing him a little. We did do it before. We've done it with Yokozuna at WrestleMania 10. That comes to mind. So, you know, Roman match is special. We don't get to see him wrestle all that often. Seeing it twice on 2 nights, I mean, it's not the end of the world, in all fairness. It's just going to be hard to build up 2 feuds. But I suppose if you think about it, Sammy is SmackDown, Cody is Raw. So you've got 2 different programs, TV shows, one on a Monday, one on a Friday, where they shouldn't get in each other's way. They could build them up on both of those shows, and then we get to WrestleMania. We've got Roman competing twice. I've not been a fan of the idea of him doing that because of overexposure, but I must admit, I think I'm more of a fan of doing that than I am Sammy going after the tag belts. So The other thing that obviously is like both of them matches are going to need to be hard hitting and they're going to need to be really good. Like you can't really do like a rubbish match one night and then do an epic on night two. Like both matches deserve time. Both matches deserve to be treated as the main event. So that means that there is a chance Roman could pick up an injury on night one and then be absolutely screwed for night two. So that's the other concern, is that he might pick up an injury and then, you completely ruin night two. So, but there's not really much you can do about that. I mean, you might just have to take the gamble. So, yeah, I must admit, if I was to sit here right now and say, which way would you like to go? I think I'd have to choose the Roman main event in 2 nights. So definitely over Sammy going after tag titles. But I don't want to make this clear because I don't want people getting it twisted. From a storyline, I totally understand. If Jay costs Sammy at Elimination Chamber, I totally understand that makes sense then. I understand that Sammy and Kevin going after the tag titles, that does make sense. It's just seeing him with the tag belts. I don't see that as him achieving much. Like, I feel like him and Solo could have gone and got the tag belts if the Usos hadn't already got them, Like, I feel like he could have got them as part of the bloodline anyway. Yeah. So, I don't know, Sam, maybe you're right. Maybe it could go that way. AWC Legend said there's a big show feeling tonight. I can't wait for Raw. Well, I do agree, hence why we started 23 minutes ago. So, yeah, I agree. There is a big fight feel tonight. I think coming out of Royal Rumble, Rumble was, in my opinion, a good show. I would even say borderline very good. Again, I saw a post on Twitter that called it the worst Rumble ever. For me, it's not even close. It's not even close to the worst Rumble ever. I think we got 2 credible winners. Were they predictable? Sure. But that doesn't necessarily mean they were the wrong people. It's just they, in fact, were the right people. And we knew they were the right people, and we could see it coming a mile off, right? So I understand you might look at it and go, well, okay, let's get some surprises in there. Then if the winners are going to be predictable, then let's get some surprises in there. And I can understand that the surprises were underwhelming. I think people wanted legends. They wanted, they wanted like The Rock and Stone Cold and CM Punk and Switchblade Jay White and all this kind of stuff. Part of the problem with the Rumble is that because people speculate about who's going to be in it and all these dream fantasy names come in, like the reality is going to always really struggle to match that. Because end result was we just got, what was it, Edge, Booker T, and I can't even remember who the third one was. But there was 3 surprises in the men's, and none of them were really that special. Logan was the other. So Edge, Logan, and Booker T. I mean, I do agree. You do look at that and go, it's a bit underwhelming, in it. And then the rest is just people that were on the card anyway. Edge was quite predictable. Booker T is, he was on the kickoff show. I think people wanted legends that we just don't see. People that just weren't around. And then, like, I don't know. I mean, Logan, I watched it back, and I promise I'm not just saying this, but his reaction was not great when he got into the ring. You actually watch it back and look at the listen to the response he gets. People ain't that thrilled about it. So I do understand. I think the men's was a little bit lacking, but I wouldn't say it was the worst Rumble ever. I've seen way worse. Women's I actually thought was all right. I mean, the Asuka moment alone is immense. And you got like Chelsea Green in there. It's pretty fun little return. Ain't got an issue with that. So yeah, I thought that, and like obviously you had the first time that women went from number 1 to winning it in Rhea, Liv Morgan doing basically the same thing, going from number 2 to the end. Obviously, it's a bit of a shame for Liv because she just achieved that, but she'll always be overshadowed by Rhea doing it at the exact same time. Like, it's a bit of a shame that like Rhea didn't go in, say, at number 4 or 5 and win it, and then it's just a shame that both of them achieved the same thing in the same Rumble, because it will be everyone talking about Rhea. Like Liv doing that kind of falls into second place, unfortunately. But yeah, there was lots of stuff that went down in there. I actually thought the women's was all right. I thought the women's was pretty good. Men's, I think, was not as good. I thought the women's was better. I think the fact that, as I said, Asuka for me was a big moment. Well, that was a big moment. I think Asuka coming back with the new music, the new mask, the new face paint, that to me was one of the best moments of the whole show. So yeah, that elevated that. I think Pitch Black match didn't offend me. I actually thought visually it was really interesting. We were talking about what is it, what's it going to look like, and we were throwing out loads of ideas. And what we ended up with was like, I must admit, I looked at it, I was like, wow, this is really cool. It's really cool. It reminded me of like an arcades. I've been in like arcades where they've had like those kind of neon kind of lighting and everything's like illuminated that way, or like kind of I don't know, crazy golf courses, indoor crazy golf courses or stuff like this. It kind of felt like we did go into another world. It did feel like it was something different. It definitely didn't feel, the atmosphere changed. I mean, to be honest, I didn't need the logo in the ring, right? But I fear that is something we're going to see a lot more of. WWE have been shouting quite proudly about how much sponsorship money they made from the Rumble. And I think that's something we're going to have to get used to. I must admit, though, if you look at UFC, they have logos all over the ring. Boxing tend to have logos in there as well. Like, I'm actually stunned that we've not done this before. I don't know. I don't know that it's ever really come up in conversation. Why don't wrestling rings sell the canvas? Like, why don't they sell that for advertising? Because that's what you're watching all the time. So if you slap a logo in the ring, like, you would imagine that space that you would be able to sell. I suppose they must have been approached and they must have always turned it down. Like, there must be a reason as to, perhaps they felt it would be too distracting, or I don't know. I know that Vince likes white canvases. As soon as, like, NXT moved from a black to a white canvas, NXT used to be a black canvas, which I think looks better. I think the black canvas looks a lot nicer than the one they use on the main roster. And yeah, I've never really thought about it. Even down in NXT, I don't think we sold that as advertising space. So I could have done without that. But I mean, again, not anything that upset me. Didn't need the bit after with Uncle Howdy. I just didn't think it looked very good. I thought Bray looked good. I thought Bray looked amazing, actually. If we're going to be like legit, I think Bray looks like a world champion. He looks like, again, otherworldly. He's got such a size to him as well. He is so big, like, so just big everywhere. Like, not fat, just broad and big. And yeah, he looks like an absolute monster. The kind of, like, I got real strong Bane vibes. I said that in I think it was a video. Really strong Bane vibes from him. He's just got, like, yeah, he was big. He's a big boy. So I thought, I actually came out of that thinking that the match looked pretty good and that Bray looked pretty good. But as we said, a bit short. Bianca Alexa, I do think it really struggled to follow. I watched it again, and it is shocking how little interaction there is with the fans. Like, that, they just seem to be in their own worlds. They just seem to be like, right, now we're doing this, now we do that, now we do this, over in the corner, a few shots, do this. Like, they just seem to be going through the motions of, do you know what it really felt like? Again, I'm just going to be honest. It felt like Alexa, maybe more Alexa than Bianca, felt like she was in a mood. It felt like she was a bit off. It felt like she was a bit unhappy with being told your match is now going to be 7 minutes rather than 15. And she went out there in a bit of a mood and, right, do this, right, we've got to get this spot in now. Now I've got to do this. And there just wasn't, like, the interaction, where people take their time, look out at the fans, and the fans kind of come along for the ride with you. There was very little of that. Very little of that. And I think that really hurt that match. I think what they could have really benefited from would have been slowing down the action, like having it quite slow, let everyone catch their breath and everything, and then build it back up and bring the crowd along with you. Very, very difficult to do in 7 minutes. Very difficult to do. I mean, I think there's a real good chance that the Rumble overran the men's Rumble. Certainly the Bray match didn't. That was only 5 minutes. But in all fairness, the match was 5, and then you had the bit that happened after. So if you look at it as a segment rather than just a match, I don't know if the segment overran. I feel like the men's Rumble did. And then, like, I think the women got their time kind of reduced again, which, considering we saw that happen on Raw is 30 and it upset a load of people, I suppose I'm surprised there wasn't more outrage over that. I haven't seen too many people kicking off about the fact the girls only got, I think it was about 7 minutes. Then we got the Women's Rumble, which I thought was pretty good. Then we got Roman and Kevin Owens, which, as I said, I thought was really fine main event. I didn't think it was the best Roman match or the best Kevin match. Kind of felt a bit... felt like there was a lot going on. You had the referee going down. You had the Kevin Owens botch. You had the low blow. You had Kevin going into the barricade. You had Kevin getting slammed into the ring steps. You had Sammy being constantly focused on, like, that was not just a match between Kevin and Roman. You was constantly being shown Sammy and Sammy's reaction to things. Because obviously he's a massive part of the story. But it did mean that we weren't, like, just focused on the match itself. And so I sort of feel like the match was fine. There was just a lot that we put into it. We did it, and then, wow, that moment after for me is 10 out of 10. I mean, on my review, I put the word historic, so I really think it is. I mean, I think that when Sammy hits Roman with the chair, for me, that's... I don't think it's quite the same level as the Shield. I don't think it's quite the same level. I don't think it's too far behind. I sort of feel like that chair shot is in that sort of conversation. If we're going to talk about big moments where someone turns on someone, for me, I think the greatest moment of that might be, I mean, you've got Batista with the thumbs down. That's amazing. You've got Marty and Sean with the barbershop window. That's amazing. You've got the Shield. That's amazing. I think Sammy's right in that conversation. I don't think it's the top. I don't think it's the Shield. I don't think it's Sean and Marty Jannetty, but it's in that conversation. It's not a million miles away. Right, let's try and go back up. Fight Clips, shout out to you, buds. Said you look like MMA guru if he quit Iron Brew Vlecky. I don't even know what that means. Fight Clips, shout out to you. What's Iron Brew Vlecky? Anna says, serious question of Rumble rules. Refs were okay with Elias bringing in the guitar, but not with Zaya and her staff bringing in a kendo stick. Yeah, good point. I mean, I'd have to go back and see as to whether because I don't know quite how they reacted to him bringing in the guitar. I mean, you're not meant to be putting, like, weapons in there. So I can imagine that the ringside officials trying to dissuade, trying to remove, trying to not allow. So without watching it back and seeing those two moments, I don't know how they physically responded. I don't think they just allowed him to, like, take the guitar in. They would have, like, tried to prevent him, but they can't DQ. Like, they can't DQ. So it's one of those where I think they try to dissuade and they try to remove, like weapons and all that kind of stuff. But if they do use them, they use them. So yeah, it's a good point though that one did get used, like seemingly slightly different allowances for both Rumbles. I don't think there was though. I don't think, like, the men are allowed and the women aren't or anything like that. Melanie said, is there any more news on Randy's injury? No, I don't expect there to be honest. I think his injury is pretty serious. I don't think we're going to get any kind of update for a little while. He's been out since, like, May time. I think the last update we saw was about December. And yeah, I mean, as we've said before, this is the sort of injury that people retire from. This is the sort of injury people don't come back from. I mean, what I would say is, whilst you've not heard anything, you'd have to go with no news is good news, because you've got to think that at the moment he's still working on a recovery. If he'd have got news that is it, you are done, you're not coming back, I think we would have heard by now. So all I can say is no news is good news. But I really don't expect him back anytime soon. I don't expect him back for WrestleMania. He could be at WrestleMania. He might be around. I mean, he's not like in hospital or anything. But as we said, that's the kind of thing whereby he had surgery, I believe, on his lower back, I think it was. And that's the kind of injury that superstars like retire from, and people are done with. So yeah, it's not good. Right, let's go up. 13 Big Swag said, Dave, since Ray wasn't in the Rumble, wasn't it just 29 men? Isn't that kind of lame? It's kind of false advertising. No, I don't have an issue with it. The story is obviously that Ray was attacked by Dominic. So, you could have replaced Ray with someone else, but that's not the story that they want to tell. Like, there's only going to be one winner in a Royal Rumble. And so everyone else, like, you're obviously looking to find little things you can do with them. So, for example, Gunther, Iron Man, he's now the longest person to ever be in a Royal Rumble. So that's his story. Kofi, we know him and his eliminations and the fact that he gets in and gets eliminated and tries to avoid elimination. Well, that's his story. In the second year in a row, obviously, it didn't go to plan, right? So that was Kofi's story. If you look at Baron Corbin came down to the ring. He got beaten up by Brock. Seth came down, chucked him in the ring, immediately threw him back out. I think he lasted 6 seconds, Baron Corbin, in the Rumble. So that was his story, right? So you're constantly trying to find things. If you think about Ricochet, I would say that the big moment for Ricochet was probably when he went off the ropes with Logan and collided midair. So Ricochet and Logan colliding midair was probably the biggest spot in that Rumble. So I would say that's probably the thing that we gave to Ricochet. You could argue it's maybe the thing we gave Logan, but in all fairness, we gave Logan Seth's elimination. Logan eliminated Seth, and there's a lot of people, myself included, thinking that it could now lead to Logan versus Seth. So you look at that and go, well, okay, well, that's Logan's story for the Rumble. And you could argue even Seth's. That's Seth's story. Seth's story for the Rumble is he got eliminated by Logan. How is he going to react to that? You see, this is the great thing about the Royal Rumble, is it's not just about the winner. There's so many stories that happen in a Rumble and so many things that come out of a Rumble, feuds and things along those lines, reunions. A Rumble is so much more than just this person won. I think if you watch a Rumble and your only takeaway is Cody won, you might want to go back and watch the Rumble again, because there's so many more stories that come out of the Rumble than who won. And Ray's story was that he was attacked backstage. He was attacked backstage by Dominic, again, building more heat on Dominic, who came out with the mask, mocking Ray, right? Ripping the mask apart. Ray didn't even get a chance to get into the Rumble. His son took that opportunity away from him. So that was Ray's story for the Rumble. Now, you could say that that's a lame story. It's a waste of a spot, right? You could say that. But I don't mind that, because that's the story that we've chosen to tell for Ray. We could have gone with Ray going in the Rumble and have Dominic eliminating him. We could have done that story, but they decided that they wanted to tell this one instead. So for me, it's not a problem. It's not a problem. I don't look at it as like, oh, we wasted a spot there. That could have been given over to a legend instead, because it's still a story that's been told about Ray. Ray's story is that even though he's changed to SmackDown, and doesn't want anything to do with it, he's still got this problem. Who knows? It could be leading towards Ray having to deal with this problem. Like, even though Ray has gone to SmackDown, he still has got a problem with his son, with Judgment Day. And we could be leading towards Ray having to help eliminate Judgment Day. It could be that this actually leads to what he ends up doing at WrestleMania. It might not be. It might just be another way of getting some cheap heat on Dominic. And listen, Dominic got great heat when he came out. And when he came out with that mask, where's my dad? Has anyone seen him? And he was ripping it up. Like, crowd were booing. The heat on Dominic. People do not like to see Ray getting treated the way that he's being treated. They do not like to see Ray being disrespected. So if we use a spot in the Rumble to continue to tell that story, I don't mind it. But I could understand. I can understand people turning around going, I would rather that we did this instead. I can understand that. That's totally fair. It's totally fair. If people were like, yeah, I didn't need that story. I would much rather have had a legend instead. I'd be like, okay, yep. I mean, obviously within the rules of what would be available, you can't just, I'm sure they would have loved Stone Cold, but they, can't just get Stone Cold if he's not available. So, if you wanted a legend, you might have ended up getting $1 Million Man, or you might have ended up getting the Boogeyman or something like that. One of those kind of people might have been available. But, like saying, I'd rather we had The Rock. I'd rather we had CM Punk. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's not really comparable. Let's go down. What else we got? Right. Dizzle Dog, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. Drill Gods. Appreciate the support, my friends. Edward, hello. Haven't seen you in a while. Edward said, member for 10 months. Get in. How are you doing? I'm doing good. We've started early. We're trying to get through as many comments as possible. Oh, my God. We've been live for like 45 minutes already. Let me just read the notes I've got, and then we'll go back to the chat. So I've got Cody opening the show tonight. So Cody won, and he opens the show tonight. Rhea won, and obviously she's on Raw, so we're going to be seeing her. What next for Alexa? We've got that question. I mean, that's a big question because we saw Uncle Howdy asking, do you feel in charge? So obviously we're going to find out, is she? What's happening there? Then is Nia back? She's got a new shirt, which would suggest that she is. If she is, I think she might be going to Raw. It's the bigger show. Although I did put a tweet out, and on the tweet I put like about WrestleMania predictions, and I was going down a bit of a cards, and I went with Rhea and Bianca. I feel like Rhea Bianca makes a lot of sense. Sort of feels a little bit like a female Rock and Stone Cold. Not in regards to the company, but in regards to the women's division. I sort of feel like they are the two kind of big stars right now. If you think that Bianca, I know that Becky's around, I know that Charlotte's around, okay? I feel like they are big names, but I don't think they're red hot right now. I could be wrong, but I feel that Bianca is red hot right now. She's been the champ for a long time, since WrestleMania last year. She gets big reactions whenever she comes out. I think she's really over with the wider WWE universe. I think there are people, hardcore fans, that are a little divided, but I think she's not the man Becky, but I would argue Becky isn't really the man Becky right now. That woman that had the busted nose that main evented WrestleMania. I don't think Becky's at that level right now. I think she's come down and cooled considerably, but I sort of feel that Rhea is red hot right now. I think that Bianca, because she's been the women's champion since WrestleMania, is arguably the biggest female they've got right now. So in regards to that, putting these two, monster heel, monster babyface, going up against each other, it's got that kind of Austin Rock overtones. I'm not saying one of them is, amazing on the mic like The Rock or anything like that. I'm just talking about, I feel like they're the two biggest stars in the women's division right now. The one's a red hot heel, one's a red hot babyface. You smash them together, it's massive. Honestly, it should main event night one. Rhea Ripley against Bianca, because it's the future as well. It's a little bit like when Austin Rock first went up against each other. It's the future. We're looking at the future. These two girls are going to be around for a long time. And, they're right up there now. Like, I really don't think there's much more that Bianca can do. I mean, she's constantly defending that women's championship. She's had it since WrestleMania. She's super over with the wider universe. Rhea Ripley as well, what with the whole Mammy thing and the Dominic relationship and all of that. She's super over. I sort of feel like go with them. Main event night 1, Cody Roman, main event night 2. So I would do that. The reason I'm telling you this is because in that same tweet, I had to then try and decide who is going to face Charlotte. I went with Lacey Evans, and I got so many people telling me I was an idiot, right, for going with Lacey Evans. I had people saying that I should have gone with Liv. I had people saying I should have gone with Raquel. I had people saying that I should have gone with whoever, right? My point is, though, it might not be Lacey, but my point is, I don't think it's going to be Liv, and I don't think it's going to be Raquel, because I really think WWE want Lacey as a big heel, big monster heel. You know, they're kind of booking her now very similar to like Sergeant Slaughter, you know, like attention maggots, Cobra Clutch coming down, destroying people. She beat up a jobber the other day. She had a decent showing in the Rumble. I think they're really going to push her hard. I think they're really going to push her hard because we don't have many big heels around to take on like the baby faces, and we need big heels. I think they've got plans to get her to the top of the card. Not that she's going to be champion and not that she's going to like stay there, but I think they want to get her up there because you constantly need challengers. I mean, last year, day 1, we had Liv competing against Becky. Then at the Royal Rumble, we had Doudrop. Then at Elimination Chamber, we had Lita, right? We need women at the top of the cards that can go up against the likes of Charlotte, that can go up against the likes of Bianca. We need heels. And I think they're going to push Lacey to the top of the card so that she can compete for the title at one of these shows. Might not be WrestleMania, but if it's not WrestleMania, I'll put good money that she will compete for a women's championship at a pay-per-view at some point this year. But the reason why we're saying this is because Nia being back is very interesting. Now, Nia could also fill that position. Nia could also be like a challenge for like Charlotte. So I don't know if Nia's going to Raw or if Nia's going to go to SmackDown, but Nia coming back would make sense because, again, we need monster heels. We've already done like the Bayley Bianca program. And honestly, there's not loads of female heels around that we can like really build up and really do something with. You know, I mean, you're not really going to get much out of Tamina, for example. So like Nia could definitely be someone that Charlotte faces. I think they really want Charlotte to be a face. She's come back as a face. They're trying to get her over as a face. They're treating her as a face. I think they really want her to be a face, which is why I don't think she'll face Liv. I don't think she'll face Raquel, because if she does, they're going to get cheered and Charlotte won't be cheered. I think you need to put Charlotte in there with a monster heel, someone that people will absolutely hate. Someone that people absolutely, no one's going to cheer. No one's cheering Lacey at the moment. No one's going to be cheering Nia, which means that all the fans would be behind Charlotte. And I really think that's what they want. So I still stand by my Lacey prediction. It might not be at WrestleMania, but with that logic, I think that they will look to either go with Lacey, go with Nia. So it could be that Nia goes over to SmackDown, but I do think that they're looking to get Charlotte built up as a monster babyface. The other thing as well is Logan Paul back. I don't know if Logan Paul's back. He was in the Rumble, but I don't know if he's now back around. If he is, he might be on Raw tonight. I need to jump over to Twitter, actually, and we'll take a look and see if they've put anything out in the way of a preview. We know that Edge is back. Edge is definitely back. And again, if you missed it, on the Raw preview, they said that there's going to be Theory defending his United States title inside Elimination Chamber. So Theory defends his United States Championship inside Elimination Chamber. James said, I think Naomi would get a push. Do you think Naomi would get a push if she returns? I think that she would. I think they would find some creative for her, yes. They wouldn't just bring her back, put her in catering, or have her bobbing around the bottom end of the cards. I think what they would do is, I think Triple H would sit down with her And I think he would say, right, look, this is our plan. So we're going to put you with Jimmy. We've got some interesting stuff happening with the bloodline, obviously. We think that we think you and Jimmy as a package together could be really interesting. So the plan is that we're going to do this. So a push, I mean, I don't know how we're going to define a push. Do I think we're going to put her to a women's championship? No. Only because I don't think we need her unless she comes back as a heel. If she comes back as a heel, we do need that. We don't have many great heels, female heels around. And honestly, we might even see some faces turn in heel as we get to WrestleMania. But we could bring Naomi back as a heel potentially. And then maybe, I mean, look, Naomi against Charlotte, a heel Naomi, if she really embraced it and got herself over as a heel, really got the fans turned against her. But to be honest, I think the fans are right behind Naomi. I think Naomi's got a lot of respect. There are people out there, obviously, that was disappointed with her walking out. I was as well. I was disappointed they walked out. That was a long time ago now. It was a long time ago. There's been a lot of water go under that bridge. I sort of feel like if she was to come back, it'd be like a bit of a fresh start. You know, right, she's back and let's, like, you know, clean page. Let's tell a story. What story are we going to tell? Right. If that story is that she's going to be a big monster heel, she's going to be a challenge for Charlotte, great, fine. I ain't got no problem with that. If the story is we're going to put her in a tag team, she's going to go after the tag titles, yeah, brilliant, cool. Again, I ain't got a problem with that. If the story is we're going to put her with Jimmy, yeah, fine. I can see why you would do that. So I sort of feel like in regards to Naomi, would she get a push? It's hard to define what a push is. It doesn't, like, just because, like, maybe she's not put into the title picture, as long as she's given something to do. Like, for me, a push would be you getting onto TV and having some sort of story, some sort of direction. That's a push. Whereby, do I think she would come back and just sit in catering? No, I don't. I don't think we would do that. I don't think we would bring her back and just shove her in catering. I think that we would use her and do something with her and tell a story with her. So for me, that would quantify as a push. But do I think she would be pushed to a title? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I mean, look, I could be wrong. I don't think there would be any ill will from Triple H, though, or I don't think that'd be a problem. I don't think Vince would say, I don't want her to be pushed, or I think Vince has got such bigger things on his plate. I mean, I have no doubt that he speaks to Triple H about certain things from a creative point. I don't doubt that. I'm sure that he gave Triple H plenty of feedback. I'm sure he gives him feedback all the time. Do you really think that Vince doesn't, like, give feedback to Triple H or advise him on things that he would like to see? Like, definitely that's happening, right? But I don't know that he's necessarily going to turn around and say, I really don't want this person to be pushed or anything like that. I think he's got bigger things to focus on, like the sale of the company and all this, rather than worrying about if Naomi is going to be made SmackDown Women's Champion. So I don't think there'd be any reason as to why we couldn't if she came back. Rhea is in Judgment Day. That's in SmackDown. Rhea will choose Flair for the title. I don't think they will split her for a Raw title. Judgment Day is on Raw. Judgment Day is not on SmackDown. They're on Raw. Edward said, I think Rhea will choose Bianca, but I wouldn't be mad if she picked Charlotte. As she beats Charlotte, she becomes a Grand Slam champion, said Edwards. Yeah, I mean, you could go either way. I know... I like Bianca Rhea. I think that it's a match for the future. I think that is. I say it's a match for the future. It's really the match for now. I remember when they got down to the final two at Royal Rumble 2021. I think it was 21. Or it might have been 20. Yeah, it was 21. Got down to the final two. And it was brilliant because, again, you felt like you was watching the future. It was like these two battling to see who would main event WrestleMania. And it was won by Bianca. And, you know, she got the advantage at that point. These two have obviously crossed paths many times down in NXT, of course, as well. It just feels like they are the two big stars in my mind. If I was to name the two hottest females in WWE right now, I would say Bianca. And I would say Rhea. Asuka's interesting since she came back. That was a big reaction to her. But obviously, I mean, literally, that was Saturday. So, I feel like Asuka's there or thereabouts. Of course, Becky is there or thereabouts. I would say if you was to say who's the biggest active female right now, it's Becky, because she's been to heights that no woman has ever got to. I mean, she was legitimately, for a fleeting moment, the face of the company. She was the hottest act in the whole company, and I don't quite know that we've ever had a woman like quite achieve that before. So I feel like Becky is the biggest woman, say, overall. But I think right now, for where we are right now, I feel like Bianca, what with her being champ since WrestleMania, Rhea winning the Rumble, the Mammy stuff, all that kind of stuff, I just think smash them two together, have this big epic main event. Women should main event night one. Women should main event night one. Sort of feels like the winner of the Women's Rumble should main event one of the nights, and the winner of the Men's Rumble should main event the other night. Like, you get to main event WrestleMania. That's your prize for winning the Royal Rumble. So I sort of feel like we should honor that. And I know, like, we've got 20 main events, No, come on. It's the one that closes the show that's the main event. So, yeah, I sort of feel that that's what I would look to do. Charlotte against Rhea is massive as well. The only thing I'd say is we have seen that. That is a match that we have seen. Granted, it's one that you can still do because Rhea wants to get the victory. So you can still tell it, and Charlotte's obviously a massive name, most decorated female. I don't think she's the most over. She's got a weird relationship with the fans, Charlotte. The good, healthy amount of people that don't really like her. So that's why I'm like not been really mentioning her much. But she is the most decorated woman on the roster, and that is a bona fide main event as well. Just for me personally, I'd be more excited if we went with Bianca Rhea personally. Liv says, I think Liv or Nikki should face Charlotte at WrestleMania. Hazza said, hope you're doing well. It's WrestleMania season. Is this the most wonderful time of the year? It is. Here's my question. Do you see Mania being Edge's last? Maybe not. I mean, I do think that he will really wrap it up this year. I think this year will be the last year we see like a lot of him. I think what we might see going forward is him potentially doing like the Undertaker thing where he comes back like for the Mania, doing like the occasional show. Like how Cena comes back and he did SummerSlam and then he did a tag match. There's not really a reason for Edge to ever really announce his retirement. There's not really a reason for him to, I mean, as far as I know, unless he wants to really put a line under it and say that part of my life is done. Like, unless he wants to do that and say, that's it, I'm now telling myself I am done. I'm going to retire on my terms. Because don't forget, he was forced into retirement. And so he might want to have that moment. He might want that farewell. He might want that retirement match. Because I could understand that being quite attractive. Rather than just having a match and then going away and then coming back and going away and coming back, going away. Actually saying, no, this is it, and having that sort of Ric Flair WrestleMania 24 moment. I understand that being very attractive. So unless he wants that, there's not really a need. I'm not aware of like health issues and whatever. There's not really a need for him to like walk away for good. But this does feel like a big year for him. I mean, I'm really basing that on the comments he made after that show in Toronto. I can't remember what show it was, but it was they were in Canada. I think it was Toronto, and definitely Canada. And he said, how about this time next year we all meet back up one more time and we can all say goodbye together? Those comments were obviously very interesting. And it does sort of feel like this year is going to be the end of something. We are definitely saying goodbye to a chapter in his career. So, yeah, I don't know that this will be his last. I think that we could always look to bring him back for another match in the future, unless he wants that moment where he properly says goodbye, knows that he's done, draws a line on it, and then moves to focusing on his family and being there for them or something along those lines instead. Can we acknowledge that if Chelsea carry on spending the way they are, they could have bought WWE? Have they bought Enzo Fernandez? I know they put in a bid, 105 million, but I haven't seen if it's been accepted. Your lizard said, Sean Rossap said there's going to be at least one return tonight. Right, well, I'll tell you what, I keep saying, let's have a look at. Oh, I don't know if people saw that video as well. That was amazing. I think this is amazing. I did a video on this on the second channel. I've said before as well, like, if you're not subscribed to this channel, obviously subscribe to this channel. We do streams for Raw. We do them for NXT. We do them for SmackDown. We do them for the premium live events. I think, is it NXT? I was talking to James earlier. He sent me a tweet. And I just said to him, like, I don't know what's happening this weekend. I actually don't know what this weekend is. This weekend is NXT Vengeance Day. NXT Vengeance Day this weekend. So we're doing NXT on Saturday. So yeah, I mean, it's an amazing week for wrestling still. The big shows continue to come. And that Vengeance Day is a big show because I believe that's at an arena. I think New Day are on that card as well. So that's this weekend. We are doing that. I should get that stream set up, actually. But anyway, I've got a second channel, and I use that second channel for just really getting anything out that I don't really want to get in the way here. So, for example, I knew we were doing the Raw stream, so it doesn't make any sense to put a video on this channel because we're doing the Raw stream, and so the Raw stream will get in the way of that video. So this was a big video, and I dropped it on my second channel. And honestly, I easily could have put this on this channel. But this, I really like this. So, again, like, this was pointed out by, I think it was WrestleConnect. They said if you, and it's in this video, but if you look at the body paint here when he's bent upside down, you can sort of see an animal. And the more that you look at it, I can really see it. Look at the paint of his eyes. Look at the eye paint, right? I think that white face there, and I think that the eyes, I think that the more I'm looking at it, I'm seeing a snout. If you then look at the top bit, right, his beard, that's like the bridge of the nose. There must be a reason as to why he put the gray in his beards. I think that's the bridge of the nose, right? Look at the body. You can see the wrinkles on the forehead. That's on his body. You can see the eyes either side. I'm getting like, I don't think it's an elephant. It could be like his head could be some sort of snout. I definitely think I'm really on board with this theory. I think that's an animal. I really do. I think that's an animal. I think it could be like I don't think it's an elephant. I think it could be a warthog, a pig, something along those lines. I mean, some people are looking at it and go, I don't see it. But again, like if you look at the body, his body, like that's like the wrinkles there. You've got the two eyes either sides. I break it down in the video. I can. The more I look at it, the more I see it. I mean, I saw it when it was pointed out to me. That's not my theory, by the way. That's a theory that came from Twitter, and I give credit in the video. But I can really see it. I can really see it. I think there must be a reason as to why he's done the markings the way he has. We know that he does things like, plans things out. The T-shirts he wears, like everything he does is planned out. You've got to think the reason as to why these markings are where they are has been planned out. So, yeah, I think that's really interesting. I haven't had a chance yet to jump into the comments and see what people like made of that, what people thought about that. I haven't had a chance to do that. So people might be going, I don't see it, or that's a load of rubbish, or I don't believe it, or whatever, right? I like it. I like it. I can see it. I can see it. I think it's, and the camera goes, it like zooms in and focuses on him doing that. Him going to the corner and doing that was clearly a moment that was by design. That was clearly a moment that was meant to happen. It was meant to be on camera. And I think there's a good chance. In the video, I said that the body paint was bugging me because I felt like there was a message in there. The 6 on the side of the head, obviously that was picked up, but it felt like there was an image. There was something in the body paint. There was a reason for the body paint. War pig or bison or mountain goat, said Justin. Yeah, yeah. It's one of those. It's like not like a magic eye, but it's one where at first you might not see it, or you might just be distracted by his face and whatever. But it's one of those where, like, it is a bit like a magic eye in the sense of if you sort of like look at it for a while, like it really shows itself. Like the detail then really comes through, and every line just makes sense, and it really, really shows itself. The grey in the beard becomes the bridge of the nose. Like the lines on his body become the wrinkles on the head. The eyes are perfect. The marks underneath are like, the marks underneath the eyes. The shape of his eye paint becomes the snout. Like it does make sense. Or I could just be losing my mind and just be seeing faces that aren't there, which I think that is like a phenomenon. I think that is a thing. Modern said, I could see Baphomet. Baphomet, he is a devilish monster. That's interesting. That's interesting. Baphomet. That's something that I've heard before. Baphomet. Oh, well, that's interesting. That's interesting. See, this is why this community is awesome. Yeah, Modern, that's really interesting. That's really interesting. I'm going to show you the picture of Baphomet. This is a devilish monster, like, and something that has been referenced in the videos as well, actually. Oh, damn. I've downloaded a picture of it that's a file that won't show. Let me just get a screen grab. This work? I go Baphomet. There we go. There we go. If you Google Baphomet, this is a satanic symbol, and you can see it's like a goat, maybe some sort of goat symbol. Which again, if we just go back, it's one of them. You have to like really look at it. Could be, absolutely could be. I feel like I see a hog, a pig, or something like that personally. But yeah, it could be. I mean, Baphomet would make sense. Would make sense. I like that. That's a good shout, that is. As I said, I've not had a chance to like read into the comments. Florian said, am I the only one who thinks Gunther didn't sell his opponent's hits that well in the Rumble? I actually thought Gunther got in the way a few times. I don't know about selling people's hits. I can't say that stood out to me. But there was times where people were fighting, and I think they were trying to set up for a spot, and then Gunther would get involved. And there's one in particular, I think it's where Bobby Lashley gets eliminated. And I think Seth's trying to eliminate Lashley, and Gunther comes in, and you can sort of tell like he's not really meant to at that time, because like Seth deals with him and then goes back to trying to eliminate like Bobby, and he does eliminate Bobby moments later. Or I think it was Seth that eliminated Bobby, I can't remember. But it's going to happen, I suppose, because he was in there from the start. So, I suppose there is going to be times. That's the kind of stuff with a Rumble you don't really think about. It's like there are loads of spots that are planned, right? We want you to do this, we want you to do that. You've sort of got to be in there, but you've also got to, and you've got to look good, but you've also got to stay out the way. And it really felt like there was definitely times where he got in the way. I mean, clearly the face down with Brock, that was a moment that was planned for him. And that was a moment that they specifically wanted. But I must admit, I mean, I've watched the Rumble a couple of times since doing the watch along, because I did the review and the images I had were fine, but I was like, I know I can get better images than this. I can get sharper images. Rather than trying to catch them live, I can like get better images by recording and like pausing and then getting the screen grab, and that they look sharper then. So I did the review. It took me hours and hours and hours to do that review. It must have took at least 8 hours to do that review, because not only did I have to try and like get it down to a reasonable amount of time, which took ages to do, but like getting the images alone was an absolute nightmare. Nightmare. Basically, you have to like go through the show, pause it, find the right image, take a screen grab, then go to the next thing you need, find the right moment, get a screen grab, and you have to like go through. So it's like going through the Rumble with a fine pick. But the good thing was it did allow me to like really digest it. So as I said, I can't say that it really stood out to me about him not selling people strikes. I think some of it is to do with focusing on other things. Like if you have got, you're not quite on the same page in a Rumble, because you might have the idea of, right, I'm going to hurl this person, knock them down, then I'm going to go over there where I'm going to start beating that person up. By that point, I'm then should be in position to do the face-off with Brock, right? So I would imagine mentally you're thinking, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. That's going to lead me to there, right? But not only are you thinking that, but everyone else in the Rumble is thinking that as well. So you might want to just like do something quick with someone, but they might want to be thinking about getting a bit more stuck in, right? Because they've got more time to kill. So you've kind of got this really interesting dynamic where there's no way that you can plan out the whole Rumble. So it's kind of got to flow kind of organically. The way that you would do the Rumble is that you have people know when they're coming down. They know who's going to eliminate them. And everyone knows some key spots that they're going to do in the Rumble. Other than that, you mill around, basically. You lie down, you like grapple with someone in the background. And the problem with that is people are going to have different ideas as to how long they want to do that for, because they've got spots coming up, which means someone could throw a shot and you're not really thinking about like selling that. You're thinking more about like, okay, I need to move on from this because I've got to get over there. I need to be over there because I need to eliminate a Moss. I need to help eliminate a Moss. So, someone hits you and you're like, okay, right, you get out the way because I need to go over there. So the Rumble is such a unique, weird match with so much going on and so many different dynamics that I can sort of forgive like that. It's something which is just really difficult. Really difficult. I sort of feel like, it's a very unique match. I think Gunther's shown enough now that he is an absolute top draw wrestler. So I don't think that there was any malice to it, or he was trying to make himself look impervious to pain or anything like that. I just think there was a lot going on. That's interesting, Florian. I mean, I'll have to try and revisit it again and see if there were like real specific moments of that. How long we got? Only got 16 minutes. Spurs said, check out Zaya's outfits. It's extremely similar to her heel Tian Sha outfits. That's interesting. I was never a big fan of the Tian Sha thing. I mean, I enjoyed like some of the backstory and some of the presentation, but like her competing and then having, I think it was Wendy, wasn't it? Wendy, that's Wendy Chu now. I think she was the one that played the character of whatever her name was. And she would sit on that chair as Boa and Xia Li would go to the ring and compete, and she would like watch over them and everything. It added like some supernatural overtones and everything. Don't know. I mean, if she is going to look to like bring that sort of stuff to the main roster, I don't know how that would do, to be honest. I don't know. It kind of divided opinion down in NXT. I can't say it massively worked then. So if that is, a little hint that she's going to go in that direction, I'm not sure. No, that's not one that would massively excite me personally. Right, I think I did just check WWE. Let's have a look. There might be what's this? Exclusive. Looks like someone has got a major problem with Ziggler tonight. Welcome to Tulsa. So there is a video, and let's press play. There is a video. It says someone's got an issue with Dolph tonight, and it's Mustafa Ali. Mustafa Ali interrupts Ziggler. He was getting interviewed backstage. Don't know if this means we're going to see a match between those two tonight, but it seems like there's going to be something for Ziggler and Mustafa Ali tonight. So Could have something juicy there. Okay. Days, do you think they will give Roman a fake injury at the Chamber like they did with Bobby to drop a belt? Then he kind of doesn't lose his streak. Cody, Sammy. I don't think so, to be honest. I don't think it's going to go that way. I don't think Sammy wins one of those titles. If he does, I mean, honestly, if Sammy does get one of those belts from Roman, and then goes to WrestleMania for some tag belts, well, fine. He's already reached the mountaintop. That would be more palatable. If he succeeded at Elimination Chamber, I would be down for that. But I don't think you have Roman lose this close to WrestleMania. I feel like the plan is probably keep Roman strong till Mania, and that's where Cody gets the win. So having him lose a title before WrestleMania, you're going to have to really find a way. Of making it so that Sammy can win and Roman doesn't look weak at all. That's going to be really hard because the only way that a title is going to change is going to be pinfall or submission. I mean, I don't think the title will change hands. I mean, if he forfeits during the match, I mean, it's true. We did have Jimmy get injured and then Sammy replace. That would mean him forfeiting during the match. I don't think they'd do that. I think that'd be such an underwhelming way for Sammy to win a title. I don't think they'd do it. I feel like if Sammy's going to win, if you're going to have Sammy win, I don't think you're having him win by forfeit. I think you're going to have pinfall or submission for that big moment of, oh my God, he's done it. Rather than Roman saying, I can't continue, and they just ring the bell. No, I don't think they'll do that. Jimmy says, Roman has got a big problem on his hands. He's losing control of the bloodline, his family. He's left with just Solo and Jimmy. Liam, shout out to you, my friend. Said, I really think at Elimination Chamber, we will get Roman, Solo, and Jimmy versus Jay, Kevin Owens, and Sammy. Jay betrays Sammy and leads into Kevin Owens and Sammy versus Usos at Mania. Yeah. I've seen that doing the rounds, and we kind of touched on it. I think it's not one that I'm a fan of. As I said, I'm just not into it. I'm just not into Sammy going after a tag title. I could be in the minority. There could be everyone out there just going, nah, it'd be brilliant. You know, him dethroning the Usos, that's still a big achievement. It's just not a big achievement in my eyes. The storyline, it works, but the build would be great. The story is absolutely fine. It's good. Like, everything's good. It's just that cannot be the end result. Like, we can't have built up Sammy and gone on this journey with Sammy just for him to get a tag title. Just for him to end up with that. That's what I'm saying. Like, this would have to still be part of the journey, and maybe Sammy gets there at SummerSlam instead or something. My only concern would be, well, he's red hot right now, and are you going to be able to maintain that all the way up till SummerSlam? I feel like, I don't know, you're going to have to really book the tag titles well. If you make him a tag champ, you're going to have to really book those tag matches really well. That would be my only concern. If Jay is done with the bloodline, how are they going to continue to hold the title, said Rams. Well, I mean, you have to defend every 30 days. I can't remember when they last defended. It was that one, wasn't it, the other day? So that was Monday. So you could argue they've got till the end of February. So it's not really a concern at the moment. If they need to defend every 30 days, they literally just defended. So that means they've got plenty of time to let this story go wherever it's going to go. You know, it could be that Jay walks off and Jimmy finds a replacement, and it could be that Solo and Jimmy continue to defend the titles. You know, Adam Pearce might clear that, might okay that. It could be that Jay goes back to being with Jimmy by the time we get these 30 days up. So, 30 odd days, that's plenty of time for us to tell whatever it is we need to tell, and for us to figure out what's going on. I don't think it's a case that we're going to get to Friday and it's like, right, what's happening? We're going to have to vacate the titles, all this. I don't think the story needs to move that fast. I think we're at a point where, they've got time. I think like they just defended the belts. It'd be good actually if they brought that into the story and said like, we just defended them. We need. I'll be interested to see what they try to do with Jay because apparently at the end of the Royal Rumble, I think Roman said something like, "You're either bloodline or you're not," and said that we're at war now, Solo. So it's going to be interesting to know, are they going to try and get Jay back? Are they going to try to bring him back? Or is it, look, you're with us or you're not? Like, the mentality is going to be very, very interesting as we move forwards. I sort of feel that Jimmy is going to want, Jimmy without Jay is just, they're twins. All they've done is spend their lives together. I can't imagine Jimmy being all right with Jay walking off. So Roman might have the mentality of forget him. He's shown his true colors. You're either bloodline or you're not. I don't think Jimmy will have that mentality. I think Jimmy will be like, that's my brother, fam. That's my brother, Oos, right? We are ride or die, me and my brother. So I think he will try and get him. But all of this is what we've got to explore. It's very interesting. It's very interesting, the dynamics. Breaking news, Austin Theory will defend his United States Championship in Elimination Chamber, says Neftali. Mitchell said, does Sammy have to win the title for this storyline to have a finish that wrestling fans would accept? I think wrestling fans have overbooked this. Does he have to win the title for... I think so because like he has been mistreated by the bloodline. The head of that bloodline is Roman. So it feels like the redemption for Sammy, certainly with the brutal beatdown. It's Roman giving the orders to Sammy to beat up Sammy. It's Roman's the one that Sammy's been trying to please. Roman's the one that he's been doing all this stuff for. It sort of feels like if he gets revenge against Jey Uso, doesn't really feel that, or Jimmy Uso. That's like going after one of the soldiers. Do you know what I mean? Sort of feel like you want to go after the head of the snake. You want to go after the top guy. You want to go after that, Yeah, I don't think it's overbooked. I don't think fans are overbooking it. I think that Sammy has got himself into the position where he's the most over superstar in all of wrestling. And we're at the point whereby, if Sammy beats Solo, doesn't really, what have we achieved? Roman's still going to stand there just like, not bothered. If he beats Jimmy, so what? Doesn't affect Roman, does it? Roman is the head of this snake. He is the tribal chief. He is the one that Sammy has, been acknowledging all this time. He's the one that made and forced Sammy into the situation he got into. So it feels like the only thing that will really satisfy is him getting a win over Roman. Now, if he beats Roman and doesn't win the title and starts celebrating, that to me feels very Lex Luger, 1993, where we were on the Lex Express. Luger went to SummerSlam, beat Yokozuna by count out, didn't win the title, but we still had confetti raining down, and the superstars came down, congratulated him, and he was on the shoulders of the superstars. Everyone was happy, but Lex wasn't champion, right? And I think a lot of people look back on that and go, it's a bit weird, weren't it? It's a bit weird that we had such mass celebration, and Lex technically won the match, but didn't win the title. I'd sort of feel like, well, the only thing that's going to satisfy is for Sammy to get revenge on Roman and for him to beat Roman and for him to go after the head of the snake, go after the tribal chief, go after the head of the table, right? To do that and not win the title, as I said, just feels very SummerSlam 93. I think we are in a position where it is like the only thing that will really scratch that itch is the title changing. But why don't they do Sammy and Cody at Elimination Chamber with the winner facing Roman? Well, to be honest, they both deserve it, don't they? For me personally, and I'm only speaking personally, but I think that Sammy deserves or is absolute. I said, if there's no Cody, Sammy wins the title. I just think that Sammy is, unfortunate that Cody is around right now. And clearly the plan has always been for Cody to win the belt. And I don't think wrestling fans begrudge Cody. This is not Batista and Daniel Bryan. I don't think people view Cody as being, there was no mass boos. There was no "we want Sammy" chants during the Rumble. I think people know that Sammy's story is going in a certain direction. And I think they're quite happy to watch Cody achieving what he's achieving. We're in a very unique position whereby we have two challengers that the fans would genuinely like to see succeed. We just also happen to have 2 belts at the moment, which for me is, we should be able to do something with that. We should be able to do something with that. Why can't we get ourselves into a position whereby Cody wins the WWE belt and Sammy wins the Universal? I cannot find a reason as to why we wouldn't do that. Because for me, the belt, you could have Cody come out tonight talking about the belt he wants is the WWE belt. That's the one that matters. That's the one that his dad had in his hands. And show the picture again of Dusty with the WWF Championship in his hands, having not won it, but won the match by countout. And there's the belt that is not going to be his, basically. And Cody can say, I want that belt for my dad. And I want the WWE belt. Cody doesn't really care about the Universal Championship. It's only been around since 2016. It's not a belt that really... It does matter. It does matter. Of course it does. But it's not the one that Cody dreamt of having when he was a young boy. Give him the WWE Championship. That then means that Roman has the Universal Championship still, right? And he can then ultimately drop that one to Sammy. And Sammy can win the Universal. And that Universal Championship, well, you could argue that's the big one. That's the one that Roman has had for nearly 1,000 days. That is the one that Roman's legacy is going to be remembered for. This title reign, bloodline, this historic run with the belts, this is what Roman will be remembered more for than anything else, right? This run right now is Roman's legacy. And it could be Sammy that really puts the final nail into that coffin, because you could easily do Sammy against Roman later in the year, SummerSlam, something like that, for the Universal Championship. My only concern with this is that I don't know that we can keep Sammy red hot till we get there. That's my only concern. I personally wouldn't mind us doing Sammy against Solo at WrestleMania, with the stipulation that if Sammy wins, he gets a title match against Roman. If Roman leaves as champion, or if Roman is still champion, he will get a future title match guaranteed, or something along those lines. And just find a way of keeping that momentum going, But it does feel like it's going to be the Usos and tag belts and all of that. Right, here we go then. We are going over to Raw. Then, now, forever together. Time for Monday Night Raw. His voice just say something. I thought I heard a woman's voice. No? Okay. Perhaps I'm losing my mind. Right, here's Cody. Mitchell said, Sammy has been put over because we felt bad for him in the Bloodline. If he gets the title, do you put him against every member of the Bloodline going forward? What about after this story? Well, after this story, you start whole new stories, don't you? I mean, yeah, you can have the Bloodline coming after him. You can have the Bloodline trying to get that belt back into the Bloodline. That's only going to get you so far. I mean, you'd probably get a good few months out of that, though. You get a good few months out of that. I definitely could see it being whereby you'd have a rematch with Roman. Roman would then maybe go away for a while. I think as soon as Roman loses the belts, I think he's going away for a little bit. I think he's, not that he's around all the time, but he does a fair few SmackDowns, in all fairness. You know, it's not like he only turns up for, like, he's not on a Brock schedule, is he? We see Roman a lot more than we see Brock. But, yeah, it could be that if you do put the belt on Sammy, then you obviously do a rematch, build towards a rematch with Roman. Roman then goes away. Then maybe, you know, you have like a few other Bloodline members step up. But to be honest, there's so many people that have just not been nowhere near the belts because Roman's had them as hostage. Sort of feel like there's, you know, we're not struggling for challengers. You know, AJ Styles, Seth Rollins, Kevin Owens, all these people. I know Kevin just had his shot at the Rumble, for example, but you know, all these people are just like constantly chomping at the bit, and none of them have held a world title for a long, long time. So there'd be plenty of challenges for Sammy. I wouldn't be too worried. I think the bigger thing is ending this phase, you know. Right, there was just a video package then. So, Mitchell, appreciate the support, buds. Really appreciate the support. Right. Winner of the 2023 Royal Rumble, the American Nightmare, is Cody. Cody Rhodes. Right. We knew that the show was going to open with Cody. I don't get why you'd have Cody come in at 30 and win. It was poor booking, said Wisp. Honestly, it's probably a bit of ring rust. I mean, he'd been out injured for a long time. It's probably a case that he wouldn't have been able to have really done a great deal had he have got in early, you know? Plus, there might have been a few concerns about, like, the plan is he's going to win this. He's going to go to WrestleMania. So we really don't want to mess around with, like, him potentially re-injuring something. Put him in there for 15 minutes towards the end. Win, done, lovely, thank you. You know, winning from 30, it's you know, it's maybe not the heroic thing to do, but it's still viable. It's still allowed to do it. It's still not a problem if you do go in at 30 and win. Ideally, you would probably want to have him do the Rhea Ripley thing, but as I said, he's just coming back from, you know, pretty long layoff. Here's Cody then. Cody in a nice suit. See what Cody's going to be saying here. Cody should have come out at 25 or something, less than 30, says JP. Yeah, but I mean, they come out, what is it, every couple of minutes? So if he comes out at like 25, that means he's in the Rumble for an extra 10 minutes. I feel like everyone knew Cody was in. Cody coming out was going to be a big moment. Yeah. I just ain't got a problem with it. 25 or 30, anywhere around that kind of mark, it still feels about the same, really. He would have been out there an extra 10 minutes, that's all. But honestly, there just wasn't really a need. A couple of kids wearing some Cody Rhodes robes. Cody in the ring. You deserve it, Chance. You deserve it. He looks up at the WrestleMania sign. There's a couple of people in the front row that have got banana hats on or something. You deserve it, Chance. And Cody interacts with the fans, gets a nice reaction. What do you want to talk about, says Cody. Who are you going to challenge? I'm not the same person I was when I started this journey. That he's been thinking a lot about the young him. Talks about OVW. I'm about to go into OVW. And I remember he thought he would be WWE champion in a few years. He thought he would be the next John Cena. Yeah, this is interesting. Hmm. You're going to be dashing Cody Rhodes. You're going to paint your face and become less than. Interesting how he describes Stardust in it. I mean, this is Stardust. It is mental, in it. But I tell him that you're going to be on fire at one point, that you're going to bleed all over the world. But he's basically going through his career. It's very captivating. It's very captivating. So Cody basically saying, like, you know, he thought he'd be champ in a few years. And he's just saying, you know, if I could go back, what would I tell him? Would I tell him about blah, blah, blah? And then went through a load of stuff in his career. Cody chants from the fans. Cody gets very emotional, doesn't he? I wouldn't tell him a thing. That it's all been worth it. He wouldn't tell the young him a thing because it's all been worth it. Wrestling has more than one royal family. WWE has more than one royal family. I'm finding this very captivating. Breaking news, Cody is a crybaby. I have to stand across from a bloodline. I have to stand across from a tribal chief, the head of the table. Okay, so it's really interesting now seeing Cody turn his attention to Roman. I have to stand across from the LeBron James of this generation. Roman Reigns. Nelson said, you're forgetting Kevin. He can't miss Mania. KO and Sammy need to team. Well, Kevin can still get there without being with Sammy. I don't know that that's strong enough reason to say that they have to team. He can get to Mania easily. There's 2 days to fill. Sammy said he's got a great deal of respect for Roman. Okay, so he's just talking to Roman here. Cody is going to go for the WWE title only, not Universal, said Seth. Do you stream all the events, said Matt King? Yeah, we do, yeah, but yeah. 62 days, yeah. We haven't seen a countdown yet. Normally they do that, don't they, where they have the number of days left to go. So Cody making it clear that he is going to be winning those titles. As Corey Graves just said, the mission statement is clear. Or was this Judgment Day? Might be bringing out our other Royal Rumble winner here. Judgment Day. Joe Maurice, shout out to you. Have we got... There they are. Oh, well, we don't have Rhea. We've got Dominic. We got Finn. We got Damien. But we don't have Rhea. I never needed you at all. Okay, so Judgment Day. Slowly making their way down to the ring. But no Rhea Ripley. Are you going to come back to do some original, or are you just knocking off my old stuff like before? Okay. Okay, so Dominic says later we're going to find out who Rhea is going to face at WrestleMania. Okay, so they're saying that Cody ruined their plans. I wonder what happened to Ray. Dominic's a bit... it's Big Condon, said Eric. Joy Marie said, good evening, everyone. What did I miss before Cody came out? Nothing. I just got back home buying some grocery food items. Nothing. We just got a video package. That was all. Dominic should be the multi-generational starter main event WrestleMania. Of course, you beat your handed number 30, says Damian Priest. Dominic's promos are really bad, aren't they? Dom, I've got to ask. Are you trying to scare me straight? I respect your father, said Cody. I don't respect him. They probably got Ray locked in a suitcase. He's small enough, said Davids. Dom is spitting. Dom's promos is pretty terrible. They are terrible. Dom is nothing without Rhea. Yeah, they do. He does need Rhea. Does need Rhea. There's probably some nerves there, of course, you know. Kick his ass chance. Kick his ass champs. Are we going to get a dream match? Are we going to end up getting Cody versus Dom? Is it dream match time? Is that a dream match I can smell in the air? Any of you? So Cody said, I'll kick any of your asses. Let's do it here tonight. So Cody challenges a member of the Judgment Day. Emo Dom. I really hope it'll be Finn versus Cody. Ray versus Cross really over? I don't think so. I mean, we'll find out more about that on Friday. Elimination Chamber. Qualifying match for the Elimination Chamber. Tonight we've got Johnny Gargano against Baron Corbin. Qualifying match for the Elimination Chamber. And Dolph Ziggler against Bronson Reed. I did wonder where Bronson Reed had gone. Never spoke about him at the Rumble, but I did think afterwards about Bronson Reed. Qualifying match up next. Seth freaking Rollins against Chad Gable. In the end. Oh, Edge. Oh, Edge comes running out. Edge. You think you know me? Wow. So Edge just comes hurling him down. Where was he? Was he having a poop? Why was he not around? I mean, they'd been out there ages. Why did he come out now? Do you reckon he was in the toilet pooping away and he was like, he could just hear it over the speaker? He's like, oh God, I didn't know they would be out there now. Oh, finished up. Ran out there. Right. 20 minutes. Wow, 20 minutes into the show already. Damn, 20 minutes. I mean, I will admit there was times where it felt a little like, you know, we could have got to the point a bit quicker. But listen, letting Cody go out there and just talk, and do you know what I mean? Like, he's a good talker, Cody. You know, that was a nice promo where he said, like, talking about the sign above the door in OVW says tomorrow's superstars today. And he said, you know, the 19-year-old me thought I'd be champ in a couple of years. What would I tell that kid? Probably it's not going to go that way, Chief. Would I tell him, you know, that you're going to wear face paint and you're going to be less than? Would I tell him that you're going to be dashing Cody Rhodes and give out grooming tips? Would I tell him that you're going to be hit so hard one night in London that your legs would buckle? You know, and he went through his whole career, basically, and he said the truth is I wouldn't tell him a thing because all of it, 100% of it, got me to where I am now. So, you know, it was a nice little promo. It was a good little journey. And then obviously Judgment Day come out. Dominic, to me, just feels very, I'm going to say this. This is what I've been told to say. You don't understand. I deserve an apology because that's what I've been told to say. I'm quite wooden with my delivery. My name is Dominic Mysterio. Like, he's very like that. Like, it's not, it doesn't flow. It doesn't, like, it's not got a nice, it doesn't feel natural. It feels like he's been given a script and he's reciting that script. And there's a few times where, like, him and Finn just kind of stepped on each other's toes with the promo. That felt a little bit clunky. The only thing I'd say is that we don't really hear Dominic speak all that much. I wonder if this is now, like, the next phase in Dominic's, like, career presentation. Like, we've done him and Rhea, but obviously she's going to be telling some big stories now. She just won the Rumble. So she's going to be off, you know, doing things, having her own segments, you know? So apparently we're going to find out later who she's going to challenge. But yeah, this might mean now that we do need Dominic to pick up a bit of the slack in regards to the promos. carry a little bit more weight with Rhea potentially not around as much. This is going to be a challenge because not only is he a little bit wooden in his delivery, but the relationship between him and Rhea is why he is so over. I mean, he is pretty over. People do have a laugh and a joke with big ex-con Dom and all that. You take Rhea away from that. You take Mommy away from that. I'm not sure what we're gonna do. I don't feel as optimistic about Dominic and where we are with Dominic. So, I mean, look, they're going to take Rhea completely away, but it's just, there's a segment there we just saw with that, and I think we're going to see more of that as we continue to build towards WrestleMania. So that'll be a challenge. That'll be something that I think Triple H is going to have a little look at potentially. Right, we are back from commercial break. Wrestler with Andy said Ray versus Dom at WrestleMania. I don't know. I just don't think they can. I don't think Ray would. I mean, Ray's a family man. He loves his family. I just can't see him like going after Dom. As much as he continues to prevent, the only way I can see that happening is if Dom goes after the family. If I think Ray will just accept it whilst Dominic's going after him. But if Dominic and Rhea start going after the family, then maybe Ray's got to do something. So I don't know. Right now, I don't think so. There's people out there that are like, yeah, you should whoop him back in line. But I think Ray he won't. I just think he won't. He's a family man who just won't. He just cannot physically bring himself to do that. Ray just would rather remove himself from the conversation rather than, actually have a match. It is going to be Finn, so it's going to be Cody against Finn tonight. Now we've got Seth, of course. We found out before that it would be Seth against Chad in a qualifying match. Seth freaking Rollins. Here comes Seth. Yes. He's got a jacket on and pretty standard ring gear. Mason, shout out to you. Mason said, I didn't realize how good Cody was at promos. Yeah, he's good. He's good at, to be honest, I don't think those are scripted. I think although he did say that he does workshop them. He said that in AEW. I think what he does is I think he has an idea of what he wants to say. I don't think every line is scripted. That's what I mean. But I think, there is a structure there. And I think that he is someone that likes to go in knowing... I think that stuff about him and what would he say and OVW, I think all that was pre-planned. I don't think he just went in there and started spitballing. But I think those are his words. I don't think that was written for him. I think he was able to structure that. And I think that he's very good. I mean, I found that quite captivating. I didn't find it boring. Probably could have got to the point a bit quicker. But as I said, hearing from the Rumble winner, you absolutely want to. I suppose really the downside is that we know who he's going to face. There's only one person for him to face. I think I would have liked a little bit more about Roman. That was a promo about Cody. There wasn't anything in there about Dusty. I think I would have liked that. I think a reminder as to why he wants the title. Obviously, he wants it for him, but something about Dusty, I think I would have liked. Something about Roman, more about Roman and about what Roman's done and how he's going to overcome the bloodline and, maybe a few things like that. We didn't get anything along those lines. All we got was him talking about himself, which is fine. And then a little bit saying that he mentions Roman and that, he will leave WrestleMania as champion. And that was it. And then Judgment Day came out. So, yeah, it was good. It was captivating. He's good with his delivery. Feels very natural. Feels like you're listening to a friend talk, really. And it was fine. Yeah, it was fine. It didn't blow me away. It was captivating. Right, we're 26 minutes in. Chad Gable with Seth, and we go over to the ropes. Some people might turn on Cody if they go down he wants to win the title that his father never did. You think people would turn on him for that? Why would people turn on him for that? If he went down the road of, I want to win the title, my dad never won it, I want to win it for him. And everyone knows, Dusty's passed away. And, at the end of the Rumble, he mouthed, I did it, Dad, at the end of the Rumble. I don't think people would turn on him for that. Would they? Why would they do that? Why would they turn on him for wanting to achieve it for his dad? If anything, I would have to think that would endear people to him more. Do you know what I mean? People, I think, can really understand that. Like, there's a greater purpose. It's not just him being champion for him. There's more to it. It means a lot. It's something his dad never did. It's something that his family have never achieved. It's bigger than just him doing it for him. I don't think that would have been bad for him to have mentioned that again. If anything, it's just a reminder, really, of what he said last year. Because wasn't it the Raw after WrestleMania when he came back? That's basically the promo we got, where he showed the picture on the Titantron. It's just there could be a few people around that didn't see that promo last year, didn't see that Raw, are new to wrestling. 12 months is a long time. So, yeah. People turn on Cody because of his CV. Dads, they've not been watching. Chamber is going to be for the US Championship, said Jozo. Yes. Have we seen Rhea yet? No, not yet. Sammy's story might overshadow Cody's journey, said David. Could do. I think we're fortunate in the sense of they're on different brands, to be honest. I feel like Monday is going to be let's build Cody. And I think Friday's going to be let's build Sammy. And I think there's not really a reason for them to get in each other's way. So it should be okay. But that is true. That was a reason as to why I wasn't crazy about Roman having 2 title defenses. Because, one could overshadow the other. But they're on different brands. I think we're going to be all right. And I think, to be honest, it's going to be quite intense, the spotlight on Sammy, as we build to Elimination Chamber, which is not that long away. I think it's 3 weeks? Elimination Chamber, less than 3 weeks. Elimination Chamber is the 18th. So it's 2 weeks on Saturday. 2 weeks on Saturday. So this Saturday is NXT Vengeance Day, and we're doing the watch-along for that. And then 2 weeks after that, we get to Elimination Chamber. So I think it's going to be quite intense for Sammy as we build to Elimination Chamber. As soon as Elimination Chamber's done, I think we go into full gear building Cody. But, we'll keep things ticking along as we build to Elimination Chamber. I just don't know what Cody does at Elimination Chamber. We might have to just tread water for a while. Like tonight, for example, he's having a match with Finn Balor, which is fine, but it doesn't really do anything big picture. So we might just have to do that for a little while. Keaton said, I love qualifying matches. What about you? Yeah, I like them. I love matches that have a purpose. I feel like, there's a reason to watch this. I feel like Seth's going to win this. I can't imagine Seth not being in the Elimination Chamber. So I feel like this one is going to be pretty straightforward. But it's still a match that has got a purpose. It's got a reason for us to watch it. And I do appreciate that. So, yeah. Like it. I'd like to see a few more qualifying matches, actually, for different things. I'm going to SmackDown on Friday, February 17th. Have a great time. Should be good. Do you think we could see Jay team with Sammy or Kevin at one point? Also, what's the state of the tag titles? Could we see Jay team with Sammy and whatever? Maybe. It certainly seems like Jay sent a very clear message that he's out. He's out of the bloodline. He made that very clear. So, yeah, I think there's a chance that we could see. I don't know how long he's going to be out for. I do agree with people that he'll eventually go back in. I just think, I don't know that I can see it being a case now where the Usos are split. Do you know what I mean? And we now start Jay as a solo star. I know we've had main event Jay, but there's a lot of big names in that solo singles kind of roster. You know, if you look at AJ Styles, you look at Seth, you look at Karrion, you look at Braun, you look at Brock, you look at Roman, you look at Sammy, you look at... The list goes on. There's a lot of big names around, and I just feel like Jey Uso is just, you know, probably a mid-carder at best. I think he would ultimately get lost in the shuffle. I don't think it's in his benefit necessarily to go solo. Certainly not for a long time. I wouldn't mind him having a little run though. I thought he did well when he was feuding with Roman. I thought that was an interesting time a few years ago. I thought it was pretty good. But long term, I think he would find himself settled quite comfortably in the mid card. 1, 2, kick out by Chad from a Falcon Arrow. These two putting on a nice little match. So yeah, I think, you know, we could see him do like a little teaming with Sammy on one of the episodes. I don't know that he would take on anyone in the bloodline, but it could be like, you know, they're both out of the bloodline now, and they've got that in common, and you know they clearly have got a relationship. There's, you know, Jey walking off in tears means that the way that they treated Sammy affected him. So could we see them team up and take on, I don't know, Los Lotharios, Maximum Male Models or something? It'd give them something to do for a week. Yeah, maybe. I don't know that we will, but you could do it. Quick little reversals here by Chad and Seth. Seth getting up. I wonder why those people have bought tickets to the front row. In all fairness, I think it's kids. 1, 2, shoulder up by Seth. My point was, why would you go to the front row of a wrestling show and go, right, we've got our front row tickets. Have you got the banana hats? Have you got those hats that look like a banana? Because there's like about 3-4 people sat in the front row that have got these like bananas on their heads, these like soft bananas. I think one of them's a kid. Right, I can forgive that. But I think the other ones are like older. I mean, maybe I'm out of touch. I just wouldn't think, right, time to go to the wrestling. Let's get the old banana hats on. Right, got the wrestling tickets. Where's the banana hats? Maybe we need more of that, though. Perhaps we shouldn't, like, discourage it. Perhaps we should encourage it. We need more banana hats. Just a whole WrestleMania, just a whole crowd of people wearing these banana hats. You know, that would be pretty fun if that was someone's gimmick. And that was, like, merch they were selling. Chad has got an ankle lock applied here. Ankle lock applied on Seth. They're giving this match some time. Roll through 1, 2, kick out by Chad's. Seth coming over, looking for a curb. Chad grabs the ankle lock again. Mitchell said, Eli Apple's family probably wanted front row tickets, and the bananas beat them to it. Nice. Pedigree by Seth, but his leg has buckled. He's rolling over Chad. 1, 2, 3, and he gets the win. Seth beats Chad. Qualifying match. Decent little showing. Crowd singing away. Whoa. Do you see Roman taking a pay-per-view break for Elimination Chamber? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think he'll be around as we build towards. I mean, there's big rumors it could be him and Sammy for Elimination Chamber, for example. Don't think he'll take a break. Even if those rumors weren't around, I'd feel he'll do something there. As we are on the road to WrestleMania. Can't remember if he was there last year. I mean, last year Elimination Chamber was in Saudi. So who did he face at Saudi? In my head, did we have Goldberg? Have I made that up? Did we have Goldberg? I don't know. I'd have to look back on it. Up next, Candice against Io. Goldberg. It was Goldberg. Goldberg. Where did that come from? Wow. Do you know what? If you'd have said to me, did Roman face Goldberg last year? I'd be like, no. But there was just something about Elimination Chamber that made me go, Goldberg? Oh, that's really weird. That's weird. That's really weird. I don't think I've ever had that happen to me before. If you'd have said, did Roman face Goldberg last year? My instant answer would have been no. But there was just something about Elimination Chamber that made my head say Goldberg. It's weird, isn't it? Don't like it. Don't like it. Have you completely given up on Roman? I wouldn't say completely, but I think the fact that he wasn't at the Rumble definitely takes it down. Cody won the Rumble, so that means Cody's definitely going to be going to WrestleMania to fight for a championship. We could absolutely have Roman lose a belt before then, and then Cody ends up facing someone other than Roman. But yeah, I think it does greatly. It has greatly diminished. See, I was adamant. I felt really good about it. I honestly, I would love to know the truth. I mean, Triple H came out after the Rumble, did a press conference, and said that he doesn't think the Rock's thing's going to happen. Rock's just not ready. And he's like, I know that's crazy because you look at him and he's jacked. But it's one thing to be jacked. It's another thing to be like ready to actually have a match. Now, the only thing I would say to that is like how we knew we were going to be in Hollywood. So we knew that when WrestleMania was. So how have we got here? And like it's not a surprise. Do you know what I mean? I don't understand. Is it a case that he's doing a film project and he could do Mania, but he's only going to be free like the week before? And so he's looking at it and he's going, that ain't enough time. And I'm not going to be able to do training whilst I'm doing this movie. There's not enough time to do it. So, yeah, maybe it's something like that. I think they've known for a long time. I mean, certainly if the reports are true that they tried to get Stone Colds. You know, there was reports doing the rounds that they tried to get Stone Colds. And so I think that implies that this isn't a surprise to them. I don't think this is something they've been waiting on. I think they've known for a while. Days, the United States Championship will be the main event of Elimination Chamber, says Juan. I don't know if it'll be the main event. I mean, we don't know what's happening with Roman, but that is going to be the chamber, apparently. I feel like Cody will be overshadowed by Sammy, said Main 2K. I think that will happen. I think, though, once we get past Elimination Chamber, then they'll start really pushing Cody. I mean, don't forget, this is Cody just coming out and just cutting a little promo. Imagine that moment. And it will happen. Might even happen on Friday when we get Cody face-to-face with Roman. I mean, you're going to have all that in the builds. Triple H said, like, this is going to be a spectacular, like, next few months. This is going to be, we're going on a journey. So of course he's going to say that because he's going to want to hype people up, but I think he's got some plans. I think we're going to have a few twists and turns. I don't know that it's going to be as straightforward as, you know, what it might appear. This is why I really like the Jay turning on Sammy idea, because that is a swerve. It's a big swerve, and I can see there being a fair few of those on the road to WrestleMania. Did Seth win? He did, yeah. I can't believe they're advertising new episodes of Chris Lee Knows Best. He's in jail for 12 years. Oh, we don't have that. Yeah, don't know what that is. Here's Royal Rumble, an electric scene at the Alamo Dome. Apparently, they're really happy with the ratings and record-breaking $7.7 million at the gate. That's how much they made from people coming in. Bray Wyatt beats LA Knight in first ever pitch black match. Logan Paul hits insane move at Royal Rumble debut. Forbes, Roman Reigns destroyed Sami Zayn. New York Post, Bloodline splinters at the Royal Rumble. ESPN, Rhodes heads to WrestleMania to chase his childhood dream. And now we're going back. We've got Io against Candice now. We've seen this before. There's Bailey. I just say, I really think they've been messing up with their clothing. I think Damage Control needed to wear like just something that really is a bit more like uniform. Like seeing Bailey there coming out wearing that, like she looks good. Like big black like coat. She's all in black. She's got a gold chain. She's got shades on. And then you've got like Dakota that looks like she's going down to the local Walmart to pick up some bits. Like their presentation is just not right. Here's Candice. The Rock said he ain't going, especially if they sell WWE. It's over. Candice versus... Oh, she's coming out with Michin. Michin's coming out with Candice. Bank. Royal Rumble would not let CM Punk in because of the pipe bomb. Year-long builds are annoying. By the time it comes around for the match, you've lost interest, said Stock Sniff. I agree. She looks like she's going to Walmart. Women's tag champs with not a single other team to defend them against, said JB. Yeah. It's true, isn't it? The women's tag division. Damn. I mean, it's not a division that WWE care for. It's not a division that WWE have ever specifically wanted. I've said in previous watch-alongs that I think the reason they introduced them was because there was a groundswell, like the fans wanted the tag belts. But also I think that the tag belts are sort of used as mid-card belts. So it gives wrestlers something to do. Oh, Candice almost landed on the ref then. As she rolled over, the ref almost got in the way. It gives wrestlers something to do whilst they're waiting to get like a title opportunity. For example, we saw Sasha and Naomi hold those tag titles, didn't we? So that gave them something to do before they could go and compete for like the women's main belts. I think she kicked him in the face, I think... I was just looking there to see. I think Candice kicked the ref in the face. Bailey just said to commentary that Io eliminated Candice and cackled in the Rumble. Rated R. Randy Orton return date. There's no information. Don't know if he's going to. I really don't. I think I've said before, like all the reports I've seen on that have said it's a bad injury. It's a bad injury, and I don't think there is no return date at the moment. It honestly wouldn't surprise me too much. I mean, it would be a surprise, but it wouldn't surprise me that much if there was a statement that next week we're going to be hearing from Randy. And then we get to that show and he announces his retirement. That wouldn't surprise me. I'd be a little surprised because that would be confirmation. But yeah, I think it's pretty bad, James said, I'm not sold on Cody Roman purely because I care far more about Sammy. Tag match isn't good enough conclusion. I do agree. I've got a chance to see most superstars leave the building that night, but Kofi was the only one who didn't look up, said Ehap. Dream scenario, Cody defends the WWE title versus Randy at SummerSlam. That would be good. How's the ref legit going to be kicked in the face and not bumped when they got barely tapped? They're out for 10 minutes. How's the ref legit kicked in the face and not bumped when they're barely tapped? They're out for 10 minutes. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. This is a tough ref. Perhaps he's new on the job. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. The Rock is horrible after 20 years. It should be done. Do you think Naomi will return? I hope so. I'd like to see Naomi back. Is Riddle still in rehab? Not seen any reports on that. The only thing I would say is they announced or they said he was going to be out for 6 weeks. That was what they expected, and it's been longer than that. So my guess is that he would be out by now. Yes, my guess is he would be out by now. But perhaps now we're just waiting for some creative. I was hoping to see Naomi at the Rumble, said Candy Bear. Elliot said the plan is for Theory to drop the United States title at Elimination Chamber and then go on to face Cena at WrestleMania. Who do you think takes it? Could you see Seth Logan for the US title? Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, they could, couldn't they? Oh, God. I mean, Theory... You could still do Theory scene. I mean, I suppose you don't need the title involved in that. You could still do Theory Cena for the US title. Oh God. Oh God. What if Logan wins the US title at WrestleMania? Oh God. What have you come in the chat saying these things that might happen, eh? Is this how you get your kicks? Hey, is this how you get your kicks, coming in here with your logic? Oh, God. Oh. I'm upset now. Oh, I'm seeing David Arquette. Just got David Arquette in my head. Oh, God. Yeah. WWE could want Logan with a belt. They could want Logan beating Logan Paul beating Seth. And then standing there with a belt and then that trending and going all over social media. Oh, God. Yeah. Please help. Please help. Please help. Someone help us. Oh, God, someone help. What do we do? Do we call the police? I don't know what we do. What do we do? Who do we call? Oh, where's Vince? Someone bring Vince back. Oh, Vince would never have done this. He probably would have. It's probably him anyway. Oh, God. Oh, I don't want to live in a world where Logan Paul is United States champion. I don't want to live in that world. Oh, God. Do you know what? All of a sudden, the Elimination Chamber now, I mean, like, you look at it, you go, yeah, okay, right, US title in there. It'll be all right. I'll be fun. All of a sudden, now it's become the biggest story. It's bigger than Sammy for me now. Seth cannot win. Seth cannot win. I do not want Seth winning the Elimination Chamber. And then going on to defend against Logan. I want Logan anywhere near a title. Near a title. Oh, but didn't you see? He jumped in the air at the Royal Rumble. I don't give a flip. Oh, he's a really good wrestler because he jumped in the air. I can jump in the air. I ain't a good wrestler. Oh, God, they could do that, couldn't they? They really could do that. Oh. Can't he go, like, isn't there like a crypto scam that he can go and do somewhere? Like, keep himself busy? Can't we start one for him? Let's start a new crypto. Start a new crypto for him. He can go off and advertise that. Cost a lot of people their money and keep him busy for a bit. Jeez. I'm trying to hide. I'm trying to hide now from the world. I'm trying to hide from this world. Oh, God. Can't even concentrate on Raw. Isn't there like a suicide forest he can go and visit or something? Maybe we can book him a day trip. Right, kick out by EO. Prove it, Days. Jump. Do you know what? I probably couldn't, in all fairness. I'd probably get on the front row, do a Kevin Owens, just flop over. Scam coin. There's a Logan crypto brand, said Ellis Dub. If he wins the title, he might come out with like United States title coin or something and then like use that to scam people. Guys, the current United States champion said this coin is legit. It is definitely not a scam. You can trust the United States champion. Roll up, kick out by EO. I'd rather see Top Dollar win the title than Logan. What I will say is that Logan does have a better command of the top rope than Top Dollar does. EO rolls up Candice and gets the win. EO rolls up Candice and picks up the victory. There was lots of distractions on the outsides. Stupid Michin, what you doing? So we've got EO, we've got Dakota, we've got Bailey on the outside, Michin and Candice in the ring. Disappointment raining down. Actually, a good match, says Jake. So Candice did have a pin, but the referee didn't see it. And then, of course, there we go. Winner! Winner! I think EO just... Not enough wrestlers shout that when they win. Winner! Cody should have done that when he won the Rumble. Winner! Here's another winner, Rhea Ripley, backstage. Look at the lights. It's like the pitch black match back there. But there's weird lighting in it. This Saturday. But yeah, NXT. Top Dollar looks like Ricochet, who just has consumed all of Big Smoke's order, said Seth. Days, are we having Alexa Bliss tonight? Yeah, I think we will. You missed my super chat. I'm sorry. Did that? You didn't even hear it? Didn't even hear it. I was probably shouting winner. Winner! Days just reacted like he found out Toby returns. Honestly. I mean, look, he's got his fans, right? There'd be people that would be into it. I haven't seen any evidence that he's bringing any people in. Like, the ratings for the shows that he's on never seem to, like, increase. Just, it seems like we're always doing the same numbers. So he doesn't... I don't even know if there's an argument that he's bringing, like, extra eyes to the product. I think what he does do is he definitely brings eyes to the product from a social media point of view. Like that video he filmed where he launched off and jumped onto Rome, and that got something like 20, 40 million views or something. So, I mean, you know, he's definitely bringing that. So what would footage of him winning the United States title do, you know, on social media? I mean, it's the world we're going in, innit? It's not about like being the best wrestler anymore. How big's your social media following? Let's just go back to the 70s. 70s were the best. 70s and the 80s. We didn't have any of this fapping around. We just had fat men colliding into each other. That's what we had. That's what I miss. fat, out of shape men colliding into each other in matches that went on for way too long. Miss them days. Logan is best for business. Yeah. He helps out social media numbers. He's trying to get them mainstream publicity. The jump was featured on numerous shows. No, Ricochet, that's what he brings. Yeah, social media. I don't think he brings numbers to the shows, though. As I said, like ratings-wise, whenever he's on SmackDown or Raw or whatever, you look at the numbers afterwards, we don't see a drastic increase. So I sort of feel like he's got his fans, but he's not bringing them to the wrestling shows, to WWE shows. But I do agree, when he puts the clips onto his social media, they do get views. So people won't go out their way to watch wrestling if they're not watching wrestling. But they'll quite happily, whilst they're scrolling through, watch a clip of him jumping or doing something like that. That Rumble moment is a moment for social media, isn't it? I mean, this is what they're doing now. Now we're living in a world where wrestling is just moments. Do you know what I mean? It's just, that's a moment. They just create moments. Even Roman said that. You know, we're moment makers. We create moments. And social media is just gobbling them up. Just show me the bit where Sammy hits Roman with the chair. Show me the bit in the Rumble where they collide into each other. Like that, just give me that. That's social media now. That's the world we live in, isn't it? It's the world we live in. So yeah, he brings eyes to the product that way. I mean, if you wanna really grab social media's attention, getting Logan Paul makes sense, doesn't it? One of the biggest social media stars in the world, up there with the likes of Jake and KSI and, you know, Mr. Beast. So him winning the United States Championship is not out of the realms of possibility, is it, if you think about it? But I strongly recommend you don't think about it. Right, we was at commercial break. We're nearly done with the first hour. Jeez Louise. Almost done with the first hour. KSI and Mr. Beast aren't scamming people out of millions, says Corvids. That's an excellent point. Well made. It's a very good point. Think of celebrities WWE have had in the past. Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson. Now we get Logan Paul, Bad Bunny, and Johnny Knoxville. What has it come to? First hour was fast, said WWE fan. Lance said, shush, please. Thank you. Right now, we're just looking at a video package of Damage Control attacking Becky. We should see Becky tonight. Asuka. Will Asuka be tonight? Didn't even think about Asuka. Bad Asuka. That's what we should call her. Bad Asuka. Dun-dun-dun. She's got different music. Kind of the same. It's a bit of remix in it. Nia Jax. Liv. Asuka. Rhea. Liv got misted. I don't know if you saw on social media, Asuka was like, I made a mistake. Oh, well. And she had an image of her misting Liv. I wonder if we get Asuka Liv. I wonder if Liv gets upset with Asuka for costing her because she blinded her right at the end. And then we get like Liv Asuka. That'd be a problem for Liv, in all fairness, though, because she ain't beating Bad Asuka. Missed me, Asuka, said Miss Clown. Is it Asuka still or Kana? Well, she's Asuka. That's going to be the name they'll run with. They won't change her name now, but her mannerisms are going to be more Kana-esque. The face paint is more Kana-esque. Yeah, that reveal. That's why, honestly, one of my favorite. I'm not just saying it. People know I love Asuka. So right, here we go. Starting the second hour, and apparently she's going to reveal who she's going to go after. Rippers is coming out. This is my brutality. Here she is. You deserve it. You deserve it. Rhea making her way out. I hope she gets you deserve it chance. I know she's a heel, but still deserves it. The 2023 Royal Rumble winner, Rhea Ripley. It's good. I mean, I like the fact that we've got women winning that, have only been around on the main roster a few years. I remember when Rhea came up, but she was still down in NXT at WrestleMania 36. We're about to get to 39, so she's only been around a few years. Trending #1 in the United States, WWE Raw. Make the one women's title, not two, said Julian. One women's champion would make more sense. For the roster size at the moment, it would make more sense. Been a while since I've been out here without my Latino heat. I really just wanted all the attention on me. That's interesting. You deserve it. Yeah, who are you going to face, Rippers? Who do you think? Bianca or Charlotte? She's on Raw. I mean, she could say Charlotte and then say, I'll see you on Friday, but... I challenged Charlotte. I just turned 24. Rhea versus EST. I think EST. Charlotte's always in the title picture. She's always at the top of her game. I hate giving her credit, but she seems to get better. I'm the disruptor. Doesn't like things being overplayed. Well, you'd hate Judas by Jericho then. Charlotte. Enjoy everyone rising. Because they're about to rise to Rhea Ripley. She's gone with Charlotte. She's gone with Charlotte. I thought she'd go with Bianca. Ooh. Pers has chosen Charlotte. I think that's Interesting. Very interesting. I think that's very interesting. I did say that they want to get Charlotte over. They want to get her over as a face. She was going to need to face a monster heel. Rhea's one of your biggest heels you've got. She's one of those heels I think people love, though. What do you think about that? What do you think about that? Do you like it? EST don't want none. That's not the right choice, said Ethan. Here's Seth. I'm not against it. Not a great picture, is it? I'm not against it. I don't think for me personally, like either way was like bad. I did fancy the Bianca one though, I must admit. I did fancy that. I thought her and Bianca would be a lot of fun. Ooh, who does Bianca face then? Right, we are backstage with Seth. That's the end of that segment. Oh, she talks about Logan. Talks about Logan. There's been a lot of chatter. Seth walks off. So Seth walks away. So she spoke to him about Logan, and Seth walked away. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, coming up next, we've got Gargano against Baron Corbin. That's what we've got coming up next. Bianca Nia Jax. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Right, let's go over here. Let's do a quick video. Breaking news coming out of Raw. We've just found out who Rhea Ripley is going to be facing at WrestleMania. She has made it very, very clear. She didn't really mention Bianca Belair at all. She said that 3 years ago when she was 24, she challenged Charlotte Flair. Charlotte Flair just continues to get better and better. Charlotte Flair is regarded as the top of this division, and Rhea said she is a disruptor. So, Charlotte, enjoy people bowing down to you, because very soon they will be bowing down to me. Rhea Ripley has made it very clear she wants Charlotte Flair at WrestleMania. This is one that I think is going to divide opinion, of course. I don't think you could go wrong with either Bianca and Rhea or Charlotte and Rhea. I personally would have preferred Bianca and Rhea. I just think that's a very exciting matchup. We have seen Rhea and Charlotte before, but as I said, it's still not a bad match, even though we've seen it before. Still not a bad match, and I'm sure they can put on a better showing than they did 3 years ago. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Maybe a little disappointed that it's not Bianca, but she's made herself very clear. I like her reasoning. It should be a very interesting build. What that means now in regards to Rhea being on Raw, going after a SmackDown title. What does this mean for the Judgment Day? Gonna have to wait and see. This obviously does change things a little bit. We're going to be seeing a lot more of Rhea on a Friday, I would imagine. So, yeah, big news, though. Rhea is coming for Charlotte. My guess is they've got bigger plans for Bianca, says Davids. Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. It's a good point. I mean, this does obviously now open up a great opportunity for someone to face Bianca. I personally wouldn't mind it being Asuka. I think if Asuka was to go after the belt and go after Bianca, it's going to be tricky, though, because Asuka's a badass. She's really cool. People really like her. I don't think, like, she doesn't strike me as being a heel. I don't think Bianca's going to be a heel anytime soon. So that would mean that we do face versus face. I don't think we're going to do that, to be honest. So I don't think we're going to get Asuka. Right, we are at commercial break. We are up to 2:15 in the morning here in the UK. We're an hour and 15 minutes or so into this show. Big shout out to everyone that's joining us. So far, I mean, we're doing all right. It's a little bit paint by numbers tonight. I don't think there's anything really rocking the boat. Doesn't really feel like there's any stories taking any twists or turns or anything like that. It's very simple, straightforward, very straight line kind of a show. Nothing too noteworthy. The Rhea news is easily the biggest news so far tonight. And that's nice. I mean, I like the fact that we didn't, I think it was last year when Ronda won, like, we didn't find out on the Raw. She said, I'll give you my answer on Friday, which kind of meant we found out. Because that meant it was like, oh, okay, well, she's not gonna go to SmackDown and then challenge for the Raw title. So sort of gave it away. But I like the fact we've got a straight answer here, and it's not I need to give it some more thought or anything like that. You know, we've got a straight answer. Killer Shot, good night, buds. Bianca versus Liv. Let Liv win at Mania, said Dominic. I think it's going to be Alexa. There seems to be some story developing with her and Alexa and Uncle Howdy, says Davids. I don't know, to be honest. I really don't know. I don't know what we're doing there because I sort of feel that match was not... Of all the things that happened at the Rumble, that's the one that I've seen the least people talking about was Bianca and Alexa. And obviously we can pick up the story, but just feels like there's a bit of work to be done there. Difficult. Obviously, they were surrounded by 2 Rumbles, a pitch black match, the Sammy story. I mean, I don't envy him at all. Right, we are just looking at a few more images from the Rumble, and we are seeing Sammy down in the ring, and obviously that's how the Rumble ended. Is Baron Corbin then? Baron Corbin making his way down. I think he's got a match now with, is it Johnny? I think it's Johnny that he's got a match with. Why not have multiple women match for Bianca? Ooh, that's kind of interesting. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. It doesn't have to be one-on-one. That's kind of interesting. Do a multi-woman one. Yeah, I'm down for that. Right, here is Baron. Hey, Baron. Hi, Baron. Alexa has lost 4 matches in a row. It's not going very well for her, is it? Right, we're seeing, of course, it was last week that was Raw is 30. Raw is 30 last week. I've got a question. It should be better if Solo turns on Sammy and not Jay, because Usos are tag champs. Then Solo is the man who brings back The Rock. What's your opinion, said Wrestling Fan? I think Solo is this silent killer that doesn't really have, like, well, we're presenting him as not really having, like, emotions. The only emotion he has is anger. I don't think that he is someone that, like, really feels a bond with Sammy, for example. I sort of feel like the only bond he might feel is maybe with Roman, but even then, I mean, I don't know, he's sort of like his own man, really. He's just this silent killer, this silent assassin. So I don't think I would have had him like get emotional and side with Sammy. I think he is someone that's just this killer. I think the Uso story, that's kind of what makes it interesting. I mean, you are right. Like, you know, Jay's one part of the tag champ, so why is he walking off? Like, what are we going to do with the belts? But that's the story, isn't it? The story is like, what are we going to do? And that's why people are going to tune in on Friday to find out what's going to happen. Like, you know, is Jay going to go back with the Usos? Maybe he'll go back with Jimmy, but he wants nothing to do with Roman, and like then maybe we could explore that. So I think what they've done is great. I personally wouldn't change it. And I think the stuff that you kind of think about and go, well, yeah, but what does it mean for this? We've got all that to come. That's on the way. I wouldn't worry about it or think like, oh, well, it's going to ruin this, it's going to ruin that, because that's exactly what we can explore now. Bianca against Naomi. Yeah, that would be. I mean, in my mind, if Naomi comes back, she's going to get a great reaction. I think people like Naomi. I think people always like. I think people like when they, you know, people stand up for themselves. She stood up for herself. There's definitely those that are going to say that, you know, she was wrong to walk out. I just think all of that. Anyone that kind of felt that way, it's been so long now. It was a lifetime. It's like last May. I just think like when she comes back, I don't think she would get a negative reaction. I think she would get a positive reaction. I think people would just be happy to see her back. And then, yeah, you've got a bit of a problem there because then you've got face versus face again. I mean, you can do face versus face. It's not like we've never done them matches. You absolutely can do those matches. But I don't know if WWE want to do that. I don't know. You could do that match. Absolutely. Did WWE want to do that match? You could build up Naomi as a monster heel, of course. You could have her come back and instantly make it very clear she's a heel. I think a heel Naomi against Bianca is very interesting. I'm very interested in that. Very interested. So yeah, I'm down for that. But I don't think you could do it face versus face. Johnny over the top. Shoulder to the midsection. Johnny gets caught there by Baron. Johnny goes down. I just realized Cody and Edge are outnumbered by the Bloodline. So is someone going to help them if they get involved? Cody and Edge are outnumbered by the Bloodline. Edge? Why is Edge going after the Bloodline? Cody will be, and that is going to have to be something he's going to have to figure out, to be honest. I mean, if you get into a match with Roman, like, you know that you've got the Bloodline to deal with. But in all fairness, now's the right time, really, to be facing them because the Bloodline are divided at the moment. Clearly weakened with no Sammy involved. So all of a sudden, even if Jay does come back on sides, it's both the Usos and Solo that you've got to worry about on the outside. It's not both the Usos, Solo, and Sammy. So all of a sudden now he's got to try and deal with 3 people. Right now, it could even potentially be 2. It could be Jimmy and Solo. Heyman doesn't really ever get involved. I wouldn't worry too much about Heyman, but you probably need to keep an eye on him. So right now, if he had a tag team, if he just got a tag team like Street Profits or something, that might neutralize the outside threat. So, yeah. But again, plenty for us to explore as we head towards WrestleMania. Lance said, can I get your top 3 current wrestlers? Well, I mean, I'll only focus on WWE. Not that I don't know if anyone would make it outside of WWE, to be honest. But it's hard not to say Roman. I mean, the work he's done is incredible. I do love Sammy, but like Sammy, I can't sit here and say, oh, this amazing Sammy match, that amazing Sammy match. He is the most over star right now. He is the person that whenever his like segments are going to be, they're going to be unmissable. But I think for me to like put Sammy down as like one of my personal top wrestlers, I need to see him have some banger matches. And I just haven't seen that. I mean, it's a bit tricky because segment wise, Sammy is maybe my number one. Like, I will not miss a Sammy segment. Like any segment Sammy's in, I am there. So you could argue, well, that's that makes him one of the top wrestlers. Like, well, it doesn't matter if he's wrestling or if he's doing a promo or if it's storyline or whatever. And that's fine. I can totally understand that. But there is just that caveat of I want to see Sammy have some banger matches, And so for me, if I was to say the top wrestlers right now, I'd be saying Gunther, I'd be saying Roman, and I would probably go maybe Seth. But that's not really telling the full picture because obviously we've got to mention Sammy. We've got to mention Asuka. Asuka kind of fits in that same same category as Sammy. Asuka is one of my favorite female wrestlers ever, but it's been a while since I've seen her have like a great match. And she's been obviously away for a little bit. Now she's back with a new gimmick. I will not miss an Asuka segment. I won't miss an Asuka segment. But can I say she's one of the top 3 wrestlers right now? And it's tricky, innit? Because, like, when was the last match? She's only just come back. So, I don't know. I suppose it really depends how you're defining that. It depends how you're defining that. If it's just, like, the top superstars on the show right now, or the 3 that I'm most interested in watching right now, it would probably be Sammy, Roman, and Asuka. Those would probably be the 3. Gunther would just come in like 4th, I think. But if it's like in ring, then it's probably going to be Roman, who I think has great matches. It's probably going to be Seth, who just delivers on a very regular basis, and probably Gunther. Then actually, in ring wise, I think we've got to give Gunther his flowers. So yeah, I'd be looking at that. I did put a tweet out earlier saying, "Where's Shinsuke? Where's Shinsuke Nakamura?" Talking of great wrestlers, he had a match over in Japan and just seems to have not come back. Well, that he was home in all fairness, but hasn't come back to WWE. Wrestle with Andy said Bianca versus Brandy Rhodes. Oh, it's a dream match. Wrestle with Andy. That's a dream match. That's what we're dealing with there. An absolute top draw dream match. Yeah. I mean, I would still take that over Logan Paul becoming United States champion. Johnny Wrestling chants. We are underway. This is a qualifying match, I believe. Johnny goes against the ropes. Back elbow by Corbin. Bounces off the middle rope looking for a lariat. Corbin goes back. He comes out. Step up enziguri by Johnny. Johnny against the ropes looking for a deep 6 by Corbin. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up by Johnny Wrestling. Shoulder up by Johnny Wrestling. This is interesting, actually, because they have been pushing Corbin. They've really been pushing Corbin. So they've been pushing him. And but Johnny is like this hot, young prospect. Like, he's not long on the roster. Sort of feel like both of these could do with getting to Elimination Chamber. I would rather Johnny get there, of course, but I could definitely see Baron doing it. How did Corbin get in this match? So just a qualifying match, isn't it? I don't think you have to qualify to get into a qualifier. I think we could have anyone in qualifiers. We had Chad Gable in the last one. Corbin on the outside. Johnny goes against the ropes. Suicide dives into Corbin. Corbin goes into the commentary table. The Bananas watch on. JBL removes the top of the commentary table. Now we've got Dexter. Dexter's got an axe. Why's he got an axe? Puts the axe in JBL's hat that's on the commentary table. Thumb up to Johnny. Johnny with a top rope enziguri. Oh, Johnny gets caught. Johnny gets caught. Oh, looked like for an end of days, but a roll up by Johnny. Johnny does it. Johnny wins. Johnny wins. Johnny Dexter picks up his axe. The axe is still through the hat. Oh, I hate his new music's not as good, is it? His new music's so generic. But Johnny is going to be in the Elimination Chamber. Oh, Johnny wipes his backside with JBL's hat. Here come the axe. Here come the smasher. Right, we've got Austin Theory is going to be a guest on JBL's MVP's VIP Lounge. That's coming up next. I would imagine is not going to be a happy boy, Austin Theory. Can't imagine he's thrilled at having to defend in Elimination Chamber. Bang, there's the chair shot. Right, Friday, SmackDown. Okay, so they're not actually telling us what we're getting. They're just saying that we've got Charlotte Sonya. So we're getting Charlotte Sonya Women's Championship match. They're just saying, like, as one journey begins, another ends. So sort of showing us Cody winning the Rumble, showing us Sammy being beaten up, but not really telling us what we're going to get. Okay. Well, look, it's going to be a big show regardless, isn't it?
Halftime scores.
Right, let's do halftime scores.
Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores.
Canadian kids, I sent you a picture on the YouTube Twitter
halftime
page.
Scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this.
Yeah, Canadian kid, seen that, buds. I put it in the review that the face paints, or I think the new mask looks similar to that one that he tweeted out. Bianca, Ultimate Test is a fatal 4. Belair versus Bliss versus Nia versus Asuka set a date with Jai. 5.5 said JJB Gaming. 8 says Mark. Ribby said 6.13. Chris said 6.5. Weapon of Mass Seduction said 6. 4 was in there. 7 ruined hats out of 10 said WWE fan. 6, WWE should get that recorded and looked at out of 10. Days, we could do something where everyone in the community books and formats of WrestleMania and sends it in. Yeah. That might be a good one for the Wrestling Escape Pods. Just because, like, we don't really do, like, any... I mean, like, the streams we do, we're watching shows, or the hour before we're talking about stuff, so... Yeah, going through, like, things people have sent in, that feels more wep. Big Time Back said 7. Liam said, what's the main events? Probably Cody. Cody Finn. That's the only thing I can think. First half was okay. David said, I'm 7.5. Baby G said, Asuka. Bloodline might come out tonight. We've got till 10 to find out. Raw women's ladder match at WrestleMania, said Fresh. Mitchell said, if Bianca went heel, wouldn't that basically just make her Sasha Banks? It depends if she starts going on about Monet. and being the boss and stuff like that. She's a great babyface. In all fairness, I wouldn't be putting Bianca heel anytime soon. I mean, maybe you would at some point in her career, but I think too many wrestlers turn heel and face way too many times. Like, I think if you're gonna do it, it should be a big moment and you do it once. You know, like not just keep faffing around with it. So no, I'd keep her face for a long time, years and years and years. But I can't say I would keep her face forever. Time to split the titles. Raw has been stale without a resident champion, said Seth. I don't think Bloodline are coming tonight, said Wisp. No, I don't. I think it would have been mentioned. Letterman said Roman is big on keeping the family together, so I think he'll try and force Jay back, or he'll want him out of the family for going against him. What do you think? I think Roman will want Jay back because he'll want a united bloodline, but he ain't going to beg for it. You know, I think his approach will very much be, it is what it is, basically. You're either with us or you're not with us, you know? And he might say to Jimmy, like, go and get it sorted. Get him back on side. But you ain't going to see Roman, like, forcing anything or pleading or anything, clearly. So, yeah, but I think if he could have a united bloodline, he knows the benefits of having numbers. That's how he's kept the title so long, isn't it? Last Saturday's Rumble was the most viewed in history. It beat last year's viewership by 52%. Mental. Okay, we've got VIP Lounge, MVP, VIP, MVP, MVP, IP. Well, I don't. My guest is a man courageous enough to defend his United States Championship inside an elimination chamber. I don't think he had much choice, did he? Here's Theory then. A-Town down. A-Town down. This is the new Theory, of course. This is the Theory that's not taking selfies, that thinks he's the best. He's probably not going to be worried about it. He looks great, actually. He's coming down with the shirt and shades and looking good. Do you think it's just unfortunate that the 1,000 thing will be May? Are we fine with it ending at 9:50? I've accepted it, said Big Time Baxter. Yeah, I think it is just unfortunate. I think it is unfortunate. I think it would have been such a shame that it's just not just before WrestleMania, because you can make a massive deal out of that. So it is a shame. But it's not, I don't think, a strong enough reason for Cody to not do it. And to be honest, even if you wait for WrestleMania Backlash, I still don't think that's enough. WrestleMania Backlash, which I think is going to be the one after WrestleMania, it normally is. I haven't seen him announce it. I think that's still not going to be enough, is it? Just why have him win it there instead of Mania? Do you know what I mean? Loud boos for Theory. Boos. Thank you for inviting me to the VIP lounge. When I was just a little kid, I used to watch the VIP lounge. I'm here to help make the VIP lounge relevant. Okay. He's telling the crowd to shut up. They're getting louder as a result. Austin Theory said, get rid of VIP lounge. Call it Austin Theory Live. VIP Lounge presents Austin Theory live. This feels like a segment Vince has booked, doesn't it? Do you think The Rock will join the Hall of Fame if he doesn't have a match? I don't know. Perhaps he won't be able to get prepared in time. Won't be prepared in time, mate. Won't be prepared. Stupid Rock. I hate him now. You suck, Chance. Shut up. I am the champ, said Austin Theory. You called me champ. Okay, so Theory's stepping up to MVP here. MVP's not getting intimidated by Theory. P. I'm just messing with you, P. I'm just messing with you, P. It's a little bit of a problem, I think, having MVP, a former wrestler, be a bit of an advocate for Bobby, because like you got Theory stepping up to MVP there, and MVP is not getting intimidated. So I feel like the champ should be intimidating. This is where Bobby Heenan was so good, because people would step up to Heenan and he would be a weasel and he'd cower, and do you know what I mean? Like he would hide behind his wrestlers, whatever. Like MVP's just standing there. Looks like MVP's ready to throw down with Theory. I feel like the champ should be asserting his authority. That's just a little issue with MVP being in this spot. He managed to get out of it, though, by going, I'm only messing. As he was getting in his face, he's like, I'm only messing, P. But the truth is, MVP didn't care. You never know who's going to be in that chamber that are threats. VP said it's a warning. Bobby Lashley is more dangerous than The Undertaker to you. I'm glad Bobby Lashley's more dangerous because I've already beaten him twice, said Theory. Why are we mentioning The Undertaker? It's a beautiful couch. It is. It is. And they're not even using it. Bobby Lashley and I are no longer business partners, says MVP. MVP cares about my health. They're working hard. Theory said, you should be worried about your health. You should be worried about Bobby Lashley's health. This segment kind of stinks, said Mitchell. Did Theory mess up his promo, said Wisp. Oh, here's Bobby. Here's Bibbs. Bib, bib. Here's Bibby. Bibby Bobby. Bibby Bobby Lashley. The Almighty. I think Theory worked hard there. I think his delivery on his lines was all right, but just ain't much to work with, is there really? I mean, he just had to go out there going, we should rename this Austin Theory Live. Then getting in MVP's face, but MVP didn't really care. And the end result is we've had Bibbs. Bibbs has come out. Bibbs goes after Theory. Table gets chucked as Theory charges at Bobby. He gets planted. Bobby's checking the chairs around, flipping a table over. He's a Barbie. Oh, Bobby spears MVP by mistake. Theory moves out the way, and Bobby spears MVP. Trying to ruin my night. You're jealous of me, says Theory. MVP is speared. Right, we're backstage with Judgment Day. Finn Balor. I thought he would have had enough by now, said Finn. We're talking about Edge. MVP is an active wrestler. They just haven't been using him, said Corbett. Ellis Stubbs said that segment dragged a little. MVP is always in the wrong place at the wrong time, said Maggie. Mitchell said, why are they hanging out there? I don't know. Cody has been stealing from me for years. Finn Balor is coming to collect. Cody against Finn tonight on Raw. How long we got? 1 hour, 15 minutes left to go. Don't feel like anyone's halftime scores are going to be improved after that last segment. But we've still got probably some big stuff to come. I mean, there's been no mention of Asuka, but I'd love to see something to do with Asuka. And we've got to hear off Bianca. We needed Alexa segment. We've got Finn coming up. That'll be good. Logan Paul or Arya Daivari? What? For a future US champ? Daivari, mate. And twice on a Sunday. Who wants a shout out in my video, said 1 Minute Wrestler. I do. How would you book Hurt Business getting back together? How would I book Hurt Business getting back together? Feel like you need a bit of an OMG moment, don't you? I'm trying to think. Would it be better if Cedric and Shelton helped Bobby? Or would it be more surprising if Bobby helped Cedric and Shelton? I think it'd be more surprising if Bobby helped Cedric and Shelton. So I think what I would do is I think I would try and find a way of building Cedric and Shelton, just giving them a few, like, you know, a couple of wins, getting them to a decent match that's going to mean something. Maybe they are in a number one contenders match for the tag titles. And against like a good team, and everyone thinks it's a bit of a no-brainer that, I don't know, say they're facing the New Day, right? And it's a number one contenders tag match. Maybe Shelton and Cedric lost the match. Maybe there's a tournament. They lose the first round, but then there's a bye. And so it means that Shelton and Cedric get through anyway. And they're facing the New Day. Everyone thinks the New Day is going to win. And Bobby comes down, costing the New Day, helps Cedric. And I think that would be more surprising than... Because in all fairness, Shelton and Cedric need Bobby. Without Bobby, they ain't doing anything, are they? So they need Bobby. So them coming down to help Bobby isn't that big of a surprise. You know what I mean? Like, let's go and help Bobby, and then maybe he'll let us hang around with him, right? It's a lot more surprising if Bobby comes down and helps Cedric and Shelton, because you could argue Bobby don't need them. Bobby can achieve things without them. He doesn't really need them. So that's why that would be more surprising. So I think I'd look at it that way. Do that. Put them in a decent high-profile match and have Bibbs come down. What happened to the Good Brothers? I know AJ is out, but why not use them? They had no plans for them. I think their plans, the Good Brothers' plans, are literally all to do with AJ. So if AJ's out, then there's nothing for the Gallows and Anderson. But the big Bullet Club angle was Kenny and Cody. Right, we are at commercial break at the moment. I think this show has been a bit paint by numbers. I still feel that way. Like, if someone was like, "Oh, I've only just got in. What have I missed?" I'd be like, "Well, Rhea's challenging Charlotte. She's announced that, and other than that, we've just had like qualifying matches really for Elimination Chamber." The news about Austin Theory defending his United States Championship in Elimination Chamber, that came out just before Raw. So that was out a little bit before. We actually started the stream with that news because I literally found out about an hour and a half before Raw began. Thanks to the Raw preview, that little video they put out. They just happened to mention it on there. I'm not over how pretty and comfortable that couch in the ring looks, said Sunny. Socksniff said, not great, but it's not dragged, and that's been a positive. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I agree. That's why it's not a disaster show. It's just a bit paint by numbers, isn't it? Just a bit, this person can do that, that person can do that. Lovely. I feel that Hurt Business should be faces this time, said Oblong Box. Mitchell said, I'm sitting at a 7. That person, what's this? Is this New Rock? Rock show or whatever. Young Rock. New Rock. What is this? Is it like a little clip to do with the Rumble? All right, wasn't it? Why does it take Young Rock in order for us to celebrate the fact that Pat Patterson created the Rumble? They showed us a clip from Young Rock and told us basically that Pat Patterson created the Rumble, which is cool. Here's Miz. I wasn't given the proper spotlight. Upset about last week. Got a bad number. He got eliminated. He was the first one eliminated, Miz. He was first one out. First man out. First man out. He said, I went to the airport and everyone started chanting first man out. Yeah, it has been a bad little ride for Miz recently. Can we just talk about the energy that Miz is bringing? Really, like, he's really up the pace of this, like really talking like with a lovely pace, with a bit of intensity. I feel like I need to listen to him. Who's coming out? Is this Adam Pearce? We get it. You're upset. You're always upset. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh. Rick Boogs. Rick Boogs is back. Rick Boogs. I like Boogs. I like him. I don't want him playing Nakamura to the ring anymore. If he's going to be his own guy now. Look, he's got tassels as well. There's not enough tassels in wrestling. Yeah, he's a big guy. He's fun. Air guitaring himself down to the ring. Miz is like, Tassels! We got tassels! Yay! That reason alone, I'm a fan. Boogs. You want me to have a match with Boogs? Miz said, I'm in a $10,000 suit that my wife bought me. You want me to get in a match with Boogs? The match is happening. This is a bit harsh, and he is in like a really nice suit. I like that suit. Fits him well. He looks good, isn't it? Okay, well, Boogs is going to look to roll up, Miz, isn't he? Boogs picks up... Boogs looks like someone that could have come straight out of, like... that could be a British Bulldog. He's got such a size to him. And the tassels is a throwback. It's like we've grabbed someone. It's like Warrior. It's like Texas Tornado. It's like British Bulldog. Like someone has just stepped out of the late 1980s. I'm here for it, man. I'm a Boogs fan. Come on, Boogs. Wow, look, he's flipping him round. Look, the shoes have come flying up. The power of Boogs. Boogs just picked up Miz, chucked him this way, chucked him that way. As he was chucking him around, Miz's shoes went flying. Gorilla press slam. Oh! 1, 2, 3. Sign me up. Sign me up. Put me down for the Boogs fan club. Crowd aren't bothered. Oh, the crowd ain't bothered at all. That was sick. Gorilla press. And then he turned it into a slam, came crashing down on top of him. It's the Bulldog, it's the Tornado, it's the Warrior. I mean, I don't need him doing the fake air guitar stuff, but the look. And he needs better ring gear than black. The black singlet. I mean, this is a guy that's all about fun, so why is he in a black singlet? Oh, Maximum Male Models. These guys are going to do really well. These guys are going to do well if they're on Raw. Their videos are fun on YouTube. Put me down for a fan of them as well. Alpha Academy walked past and Maximum Male Model said perfect. Are they going to add Otis? Are they adding Otis? If you've not seen the Maximum, it might not be for everyone's taste, right? But if you've not seen Maximum Male Model's YouTube videos on the WWE YouTube channel, they do these vlogs, these like video little things where they, just like messing around, having fun. It's a bit like being the elite type stuff. But they're pretty funny. I would say they could do with being a bit shorter. They're about 9 minutes or whatever. They only need to be about 4. But they're pretty funny. Pretty funny. I think that you could use them as the comedy people on Raw, basically, for the comedy moments. A bit like Breezango, Iconics, that kind of thing. You can get some humor out of them. It won't be to everyone's taste. You could call him the British Boog Dog. The British Boog Dog. Yes. That's great. Well done, Dominic. Well done. Aiden said, I like Boog's personality. Yeah, I say, do you know what? I've said this when Willow Nightingale comes out on AEW. Sometimes you can just watch wrestling and you see matches and people arguing and all this kind of stuff. Sometimes you just want some fun. Sometimes you just want something that's just here we go. Someone that puts a smile on your face instantly. With I don't know, with Bray coming out, like when Bray comes out, it's like, right, this is a big segment, but you're not necessarily like smiling and like getting ready to laugh your head off. Same with like, the Bloodline story, serious stuff, and like gripping and compelling. Cody came out, compelling. Rhea came out, compelling. Do you know what I mean? Then you've got like qualifying. You want something that like as soon as they come out, you're like, oh yes, okay, I'm up for this. I feel like Boogs can be that. He can be that. But we need like some good music. We need a good Titantron. We need to put him in some bright, black singlet, as we said. Get him out of that. I don't know that I would do the air guitar stuff. Just always feel like that stuff it's got a ceiling that has. If you think about like Honky Tonk Man and you think about Elias, like I always find that the musical stuff is, you know what I mean? Something to do. You can have a bit of, do something with it, like have a bit of fun with it. Like you could have an air guitar off and stuff like this, show off your moves and whatever, but I don't know. I feel like I think we could find something better. But he's back. Got to start somewhere and then, see what we can come up with. But eventually, hopefully, we can find something good for him. Feel like he's in his Dingo Warrior phase right now. Boogs is the Dingo Warrior. He's not quite the Ultimate Warrior yet. He's the Dingo Warrior. But he will be the Ultimate Warrior. He could get there. I really think he could be a world champion. I've said it before he got injured. People will think I'm mental, but have you seen the size of him? He's fun. If you give him the right creative, he'll get over. He's huge. The one thing you can't teach is someone having that size. I think he could go right to the top. Right to the top. I need to hear his promos, in all fairness. But I think whenever I've heard his promos on SmackDown, they've sounded all right. But they clearly see big things for him. He obviously was hanging around with Nakamura, which for me never really did much for him. Never did much for him when he was with Nakamura. It just got him on TV. But I'm excited. Yeah, I like it. I really like him. Boogs is back as a heel. No. He didn't cheat the Miz, did he? Corbett said it won't happen as long as he's got the name Boogs. There's a thing in wrestling that WWE uses. It's the name test. Look it up. Yeah, they can change his name, though. They've already changed his name. I think I'm right in saying his name down in NXT was Eric Bugenhauser or something like this. See, I remember him from then. When he was down in NXT, he used to do the air guitar thing, and he'd like be really into it, really like OTT, throwing himself around and everything. Like, and the crowd were like loving it because he was just so like really like into it. On his knees in the ring, leaning back, gyrating away. And the crowd were like proper, like chanting his name and everything. And I saw clips of him at house shows and all this kind of stuff. But we never really did anything with him on TV. And then he just turned up on the main roster. I don't remember him. I can't remember him in NXT, like storyline, like him being used at all. Well, at all. If I'm being honest, I remember him having a few matches. And I remember seeing clips of him from house shows. And I certainly remember him being on NXT TV a few times, but I can't remember him like being in any sort of significant story. Then he just turned up, but he's got that size to him, man. I don't disagree. Like, get rid of the Boogs like name. I mean, ain't gonna do much for him. I don't disagree with that, but I think like you can do that, can't you? You can change his ring gear, you can change his Titantron, you can change his entrance music, you can change his name, like all of that you can change. But that size, that power that he possesses. Someone once said you can't teach that. Right, we are just seeing Rumble. Jay could persuade Jimmy that Roman is making a bad reputation for the family and they leave the bloodline, said Dominic. Could. We could be seeing the bloodline destruct, which is what's going to make Friday so interesting. They're just showing the Sammy moment. Hopefully this Friday on SmackDown we'll get some answers, says Corey. Here is Bayley. Who's she facing? I wasn't expecting Bayley. Well, we've got her. Bayley making her way down. Now, she's been in a feud with Becky, so she looks great. She looks great tonight. All in black, big black coat, shades on, chain. Friday will be dead without the bloodline, said Maggie. I feel like Maximum Male Models didn't fit SmackDown. It's more sports-centric. Raw, there's a place for goofy comedy. Yeah, that's a good point. Good point. I think this is a good move for them. Good move. I mean, look, it's one of them. Everything divides opinion. Maximum Male Models is one of those groups that I see very often people laying into. I think there's something there. I do agree. A lot of what we've seen on SmackDown has not been that encouraging, but I think there is potential. They can be funny. Okay, so Bayley is in the ring. I know you saw what happened last week. Everyone is talking about how Damage Control took out Becky. It felt good. We had lots of confidence going into the Rumble. We were dominant. My personal favorite. My personal favorite is when I single-handedly eliminated your man, Becky Lynch. I'm done with Becky, says Bayley. Okay, well, Becky is making her way down. So she loved eliminating Becky. Gloating about it. That, of course, brings out Becky. Three straight segments of heels in douchey sunglasses, says Adam. Where the hell is Alexa, says Kane. She's probably on a date with Uncle Howdy. Get up, Bayley, you stupid fool. We're not done until the man says we're done, says Becky. I already won the Rumble. I didn't need to win it this year. I just needed to make sure you didn't. Okay. No Alexa segment. It's always on in the second hour, said Jack. Where is Asuka? Well, the only thing I'll say is if we don't have plans for Asuka, I'm all right with us not. I'd rather her come out with something to do rather than just come out and just wrestle a jobber. Bailey said she came out to celebrate, but you've come out on your high horse, so she's having a little pop at Becky. Oh, it is her birthday, yeah? Happy birthday. Bailey says, I don't give a damn, it's your birthday. I'm not these idiots. I don't suck up to you. Because I know you. Ooh, Rebecca? I don't like you, Rebecca. I think you're overrated. I don't like you, Rebecca. You're not good enough to be in the ring with me. You're not even good enough for your husband. What does that mean? The only reason he married you is because he knocked you up. Good line. Time-wise, I don't know if that works, but good line. Next week, Orlando. And you give me the steel cage match once and for all. No. Bailey says no. Right, well, that's it. End of the segment. Bailey said no. She said no, guys. She said no. What did she say? She said, you're not good enough for your husband. The only reason he married you is because he knocked you up. Becky drags out Dakota, who's been beaten up backstage. There's a chair wrapped around the ankle of Dakota. Where's Io? Shush, the man is talking. So Becky has dragged out Dakota. She's got a chair. She's about to hit Dakota with it. Bailey accepts. Thank you. Becky says you might want to check on Io in the back. That's good. I wanted to know where she was. Did Dakota's arms not work? Alexa probably at Uncle Howdy's funeral since WWE made him kill himself at a live pay-per-view. What about Ravishing Rick Boogs? Ravishing Rick Boogs. Nice. He's a bit more jacked than Rick Rude. Rick Rude was clearly built and defined, but he didn't have the size that Boogs had. I think I like the British Boog Dog more. I missed Raw today. Is there any Alexa and Uncle Howdy segment? We had it earlier. They got married. So she is now his bride, the bride of darkness. And it's quite the segment. It was quite the segment. So yeah, that took up the first hour. And it was good. Tyson Fury and Bray Wyatt, shout out to you. I guess Bronson Reed is going to be in the chamber. He's got a match coming up, hasn't he? He's in a qualifying match. We've got 49 minutes. The ultimate boogier. Sounds like a dancer. Sounds like me on the dance floor. Jojo Ozfan said, Bride of Darkness. Write that down. Write that down. Chris said, how about One Man Boogs or Bam Bam Boogs alone? Bam Bam Boogs alone got me. I like Bam Bam Boogs alone. Bam, bam, boom. I was watching an old wrestling show and Bam Bam was on it. And it's weird to listen to his music now, just how rubbish it is. I mean, I think I sort of knew it was always rubbish. But it is like him just yelling, saying the word bam, 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 bam. And then there's like a boom in the background. And that's it. It's honestly pretty rubbish. But it worked for him. It set the tone. Like, it did its job. But I was watching it going, God, this is awful. This is pretty awful music. Bam, bam. Bam, bam, Boogsalo. I've got a question. When is the Super Bowl? February, I think. February, the Sunday the February. Can we just take a second and give a round of applause to the crowd? They've been hyped and lively from the start to finish. It's made me feel alive, and it's made the show feel better, said Big Time Baxter. Boo Quaker. Bonky Tonks Boogs. Bonky Tonks. Bonky Tonks, Boogie Tonks, man. February 14th, says Mark. Brutus the Barber, Boogs Cakes. Carmella is returning tonight, said Robin. Honestly, I hadn't even noticed she'd been away. Carmella, Bianca at Mania. Yes. Booger Taker. Right, how long we got? Just under 50 minutes. Just under 50 minutes left, and we've still got Cody against Finn. I enjoyed that Becky Bailey segment. That felt like there was, something in there. A couple of nice lines. Dakota being dragged out. That was an interesting development. So kind of felt pretty good. I like that. Texas Boognado. The Texas Boognado. Who do you think will be in the women's Elimination Chamber match? Have they announced one? Have they? I haven't seen one announced. If that might have passed me by, though. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, I suppose you could get Bianca's challenger that way. So if you're going to get Bianca's challenger, then just going to be a load of people from Raw, innit? They haven't even announced Superstar Shakeup. There was rumors that we were going to get. I haven't heard about one for a long time. But there were rumors that we were going to get one after the Rumble. That was last year, though, that those rumors were doing the rounds. WWE 2K23. It looks like it's got the Hammersmith Ballroom as a venue. I wonder if it's got the Manhattan Center. That might get me to buy the game. If the Manhattan Center was in there and I could actually have wrestling matches in the Manhattan Center, that might do it. Step into the ring as Bad Bunny. Just joined. I've been watching Raw, though. It's been a good show, says Cam Vlogs. Daisy, you getting 2K23? Nah, I don't get a chance to play games. So, no, it's not on my to get list. I want Drew back on Raw, said Victoria. You want it for Bad Bunny days. Don't lie, said JJB. Tempting. Right, here is Adam Pearce and Kathy Kelly. It's official. Okay. Bailey, Becky, next week, official. Don't think that was ever in doubt, but right. Yeah. Who faces Bianca? Yep. So it has now been announced. Oh, the final four from the Rumble? Yes. Oh, Chelsea Green. Are you the manager? I'm not just any returning superstar. Chelsea Green. Where's the private dressing room? I expect this to be resolved immediately. We'll get you some Swiss chocolate. Well, there we go. Okay, so Chelsea Green complaining about her accommodation. Elimination Chamber, Raquel, Asuka, Liv, Nikki, they are all in the Elimination Chamber. The other two spots will be qualifying matches. Mi-Chan, Carmella, Candice, and Piper Niven. I keep saying Pippa. Piper. Oh, there's the graphic. No point writing it down, is there? So, Fatal 4-Way qualifying match. Well, how's the other person get in? That's a Fatal 4-Way qualifying match. So how's the other person get in? There's 2 empty spots. Understands? Don't understand? Go Asuka. Go Asuka. Yeah, it's good graphic in it at the Asuka one. Justin saying I love the Kana graphic. Looks good. Here's Dolph. Yeah, I don't understand. So there's 2 empty spots. One will be taken with this Fatal 4-Way, but what's the other empty spot then? What's that? Vince in a dress? What's going on? Where's Alexa as well? That's a big name to not have involved. Where's Alexa? Where's Alexa? Oh, Boog San Martino. That's good, Robs. Okay, we've got Dolph and Mustafa Ali, I believe, now. I don't think LA Knight is finished with Bray. I would like to see them continue their feuds. Maybe the winner of Becky Bailey. Yeah, no, that would make sense. Oh, it's not Ali. I thought he was facing Ali. Bronson. Oh, this is who Bronson's facing. The hell's that sign? What's that sign in the background? Is that a legit fan sign? Probably is. Behind Bronson, there was a sign. What was that fan sign? The Raw is lackluster. Thank God we've not seen Nia. I want to show you this fan sign. Week 7, it's... Does it say week 7? It's week 7. Does that mean? Hang on. Hang on. Bear with. It was very prominent. Is it Hebrew or Jewish? I don't know. Obviously kind of conditioned now to be looking out for these sorts of things. I'm not. It's very strange, and it's very prominent, and it's very big. It's either been put there by WWE or this guy really wanted it to be noticed. Yeah, what is that? Is that a different language? It looked like it said week 7, but I don't think it is it? Yeah, I don't know. It's a massive sign right in the entranceway. Is it a code? Oh, I'm distracted. Evan. Is this? I don't know. I don't know. How would you even decode that? Is a time traveler. It says Wyatt 7. Shoulder up by Bronson. It's Illuminati. Oh, it's it's Illuminati. It is Hebrew. How do we get like a translation then for Hebrew? Hebrew translation to English. I can do Hebrew to English. I can do Hebrew to English on Google. But the problem is I can't input I can't input these characters. I don't have these characters to put in. How do I input Hebrew? Type in Hebrew. Oh, I've got the codes. Hang on, so what does this mean? So S A Well, I can only imagine that first thing is one of these at the bottom. I think that top right was what it was. And then it looked like a 7. So is that a D? S-A-D? Sad. Sad? And then there's like an M. Is there an M character here? I can't see the characters. I can't see a character that looks like the one that... Sami Zayn. Reed wins. I don't think Days cares about this. Nah, Bronson wins, isn't he? I think if you didn't need to watch it to know that Bronson was going to win. I wish they wouldn't make it too obvious. It could be a time traveler. Mella's coming back. I believe the Jewish fan wrote in Hebrew Sami Zayn. It's nothing to do with Bray. Is that what it says? It says Sami Zayn, does it? I got to sad. I got to sad. That says Sami Zayn, does it? It could be them wanting to be mysterious. It says Days is the GOAT. Is it something that people are talking about then? Sonny, how do you know it said Sami Zayn? I have got SA, but I've got SAD. But I mean, I'm having to use Hebrew kind of thing here, which doesn't even have characters that I'm looking for, to be honest. Some guy asked if I could be his Valentine, says Cynthia. Ooh. Deadpan Shoe, shout out to you. It says head of the table, says William Lebron. Sonny is guessing. Don't take her words. Oh, Sonny! I thought you'd. Try Yiddish. Try Yiddish. Yiddish.
I never needed you at all.
Yiddish. Ish. Which yeah, like. Why would you rock? I mean, I suppose you could be like, you know what I mean, Jewish. There's nothing obviously against writing in that, but I'm just really not used to seeing fan signs being written in languages other than English, to be honest. No, I can't see any characters that are quite like that. That was a good shout though, Yiddish. I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's put it onto Twitter, see what people on Twitter are saying. Oh no, what this is. Put it on Twitter and we'll see someone that speaks that language, whatever language it is, might be able to come back and help us. It says head of the table. Use Google Translate. Take a picture. Go to Google Translate and type in Sami Zayn. But what am I translating it to? To Hebrew. And what did you say? You can Google Translate a picture? Guys, don't forget I'm a boomer. I don't know you can do these things. Do English to what? Hebrew? English to Hebrew? Sami Zayn? Comes back with that. I mean, that doesn't look like that. That's got like a W. That looks like it's got a couple of like W symbols. I can't say that looks like English to Hebrew. That doesn't look like that sign. That's got like an O at the end. That doesn't have an O at the end. What's your final thoughts on Jay? I like it. Here's Carmella. It's nothing. Yeah, it might not be anything. It really might. I'd just like to know what it is. Okay. Princess of Staten Island. I think she got darker hair than the last time we saw her. Is this Asuka? Asuka wearing like a bit of a suit. Asuka smiling. It's got green goo dribbling out of her mouth. Why did she do that? Why did she wear such a nice... Why did she do that? Why did she wear such a nice suit and then fill her mouth with green goo? We're not going to... We're not making out that she's got the ability to generate this green goo now, are we? We're not doing that with Asuka, are we? That was strange. That was strange. Are we going like supernatural with Asuka? Right, we're backstage with Boogs. Boogs and Street Profits. Someone on Twitter says that it says head of the table. Guy in the background has a sign that says Rosh Hashulshan, which translates as head of the table. Amazing. Rick Boogs is back. Wonder what that is. Then is that Hebrew? Well, someone on Twitter says it's head of the table. We'll leave that there. I think it would be cool if there was a surprise entrant. You could have them in the pod, but the glass is tinted and we don't know who it is. Where is Shinsuke? I don't know. Oh, Boogs is boogieing on. Boogied on out. Hayden said, "I've tagged you in a post about the sign." Oh, I think I might have just read it, but if that was you that tagged it. Yeah. Appreciate it. Okay, we've got Street Profits. We've got Elias. Got less than half an hour to go. Liv and Raquel have moved to Raw. Yeah, I wonder if there's been a little superstar shakeup. They're all arguing about who's going to be the US champion. Cody Rhodes, Finn Balor coming up next. WWE, Kevin Patrick, just out of nowhere, just said, WWE Universe, what choice would you make? And I was like, oh, okay, this is interesting. Is he going to ask me to choose between Finn and Cody? That's interesting. They've never done this before. He went, what? WWE Universe, what choice would you make if you had to choose between saving your own life or saving your family? Sorry, what? Sorry, run that past me again. I've got to do what? I've got to save my own life or save my family's life. Basically, it was going into a flipping film thing. It was just a little promo for the upcoming film that's got Batista in it. I honestly thought he was going to go, WWE Universe, who do you choose between Cody and Finn Balor in this epic main event? WWE Universe, what would you choose between your own life or the life of those you love? Jeez, I don't know. God, this is a question, isn't it? I wasn't ready for this. Whew. I only want to watch a bit of wrestling. Jeez, what I got to do, what? Jojo said, Vince took over creative. What's happened to Belair? John says, Piper Niven, is she related to David Niven? Yeah. She's David Niven's mother. Montez and Dawkins, both quality turn on each other. I'm calling it now, said WWE fam. Someone asked Vince that question. I think we know the answer. WWE making up for passing on Guardians of the Galaxy by overselling this garbage, said Drifter. Is it done by WWE Studios, this one then? Is it their film? I think they're just promoting it, aren't they? Because it's ML Shyamalan, whatever his name is. Who's I don't think it's their film. They're trying to retire Dolph early for not working, said Punched. Belair had a segment that didn't happen. It said up next earlier, said Jojo. Did it? I can't remember seeing a Belair thing for earlier. Daisy, you'll be lucky to survive this stream with this. I know, man. This is a real test for me, isn't it? I just want to sit here, watch wrestling, react to it, chat with you guys. Instead, I've got to try and read Hebrew. Then I've got to be given a question where I've got to choose my own life or the life of my family. I'm like, God, I didn't sign up for this. Jeez. All I want to do is just, you know what I mean, watch some grappling. Watch a little bit of the old graps. I'm trying to decode Hebrew, and even then it's deeply unsatisfying. All it says is head of the table. I mean, he could have given us the little English translation at the bottom, couldn't he? A bit rude. It did say Bianca segment, says Moolah. I didn't see that. I didn't see a thing for a Bianca segment. That's interesting. Oh, we didn't have one. But did they cut Bianca? They never needed her at all. They never needed her at all. Watch them shine now. Several SmackDown stars have moved to Raw, said Chill Dudes. They have. Bianca was taken to the room LA Knight was taken to by Alexa. Bum, bum, bum. Right. We're going back to the show. We got 22 minutes. About 22 minutes to go. 22 minutes. Ledge Killer, shout out to you. They botched the segment, said G Money Slayer. Instead of Bad Bunny, what about Bad Boogie? Down for that. Over the top, during last Saturday's Rumble, WWE's social media was viewed 200 million times. Of course, the image they use for that is Logan and Ricochet. Elimination Chamber, Fatal 4-Way qualifying match. Candice, Michin, Carmella, Piper Niven. Next week. Also next week, the cage match, isn't it? Montez and Elias. It's interesting, isn't it? And Dawkins versus Priest. And also next week, steel cage match. Oh, look, they rebooked it. Who knew? Becky, Bailey. Main event time. Wrestling has more than one royal family. Adrenaline in my soul. Everybody wants to know. Am I gonna win the belt at all? It's not like Anna Pierce already told us earlier. I really wish Cody would get rid of the speaking at the start of his theme. It's lame. I want him to keep it, but I want him to change what he says. I'd like him to change. I don't know what I want him to say. Maybe you could be like, hot dogs are now half price at the concession stand, but only for the next 15 minutes. And then it could go into his theme or something. All WWE merch is half price for the next 15 minutes. Adrenaline in my soul. Everybody wants to know. Something like that. Vince McMahon is a poo-poo head. Adrenaline in my soul. Everybody want to know. Like, you could have some fun with that. Will the person with the license plate R97246 please move their vehicle? Adrenaline in my soul. Everybody wants to know. Whoa. Mitchell, shout out to you. Says wrestling only has one favorite brand of ice cream. Yes, they can do that. Wrestling only has, and then he can keep changing the sentence. Oh, it'd be brilliant, isn't it? It'd be brilliant. That would be brilliant. Wrestling only has one favorite flavor ice cream. They dropped the Bianca segment in honor of Nikki Bella. It was the right thing to do. It was the right thing to do. I'd like to think that they advertised the Bianca segment and then someone went, should we upset Twitter? And they were like, yeah. How do you want to do it though? And like, got an idea, right? You know the Bianca segment that we advertised? Let's just not do it. We can get trending again, boys. Wrestling hates women. Adrenaline in my soul. Everybody wants to know. On and on and on. Oh. Tony Khan can't buck. Adrenaline in my soul. I don't know. I could have a lot of fun with that. Wasn't the Bianca segment Adam Pearce discussing her opponents? She's clearly not there, otherwise she would have appeared then, said JB. Right, it's not Dolph versus Bronson, you lying screen. It is Finn versus Cody. Wrestling has more than one ghost banana. It does. The Banana Boys. Go on, lads. They're a new faction that's just about to debut, you know. They're going to jump over the rail and start messing up Cody. Going to have to deal with the Banana Boys as he heads towards WrestleMania. Did Vince dress up as Triple H? Yeah. And honestly, when he goes back home, going to get a bit awkward. Bianca and Ray mysteriously disappear. Hubby turned to the phone while Stays was singing. He turned to me and said, that guy should be on this show. Trini, shout out to you. So the last thing they need is my singing. I can tell you now, the numbers watching the stream drastically dropped. Jeez Louise. Wrestling has one favorite YouTuber, says Watson. Logan Paul. They want Judgment Day on SmackDown to give Bloodline more feuds, said Justin. WWE fan said it's an Iron Brew sponsored fog match. That's what they would do in Scotland. If they ever go to Scotland and they want some sponsorship, it won't be a pitch black match. It'll be an Iron Brew beatdown. Drew versus Doudrop in an Iron Brew beatdown. Mitchell said wrestling has more than one commercial break. Very good. Very good. Does, doesn't it? Don't we know it? Don't we know it? Mountain Dew only has one royal flavor I like, said Smurfy Tunes. Cody Rhodes. I want to know what Becky did to Sky. She upset her, made her cry. She's in bits. She didn't attack her. She just said that she looked ugly in that top. And I was like, got very emotional. I think they always have smoke in the main event, just not this bad, said Swag Maverick. What, they got a lot of smoke, have they? What if Vince's voice says, God damn? And then Cody's music, God damn. Adrenaline in the soul. You're fired. Adrenaline in the soul. When are those... Like, I see, like, come on, people. I see more people here than he has lifespan. Carla, shout out to you, bud. Appreciate the support. The smoke from Cody's entrance reminds me of the old days. Don't say old days. It's going to upset me. Right, here we go. We've got Finn on the shoulders of Cody. And he is looking for an Alabama slam in Tulsa. Cody is... I mean, it's kind of a nice main event, this one. There probably is going to be some outside interference from the Judgment Day, but Cody against Finn Balor. We are underway as Finn is stomping on the shoulder, on the chest of Cody, smirking away, obviously targeting the pectoral region, the surgically repaired pectoral region. Kevin Patrick said, is this too much too soon? What's going on there? The crowd got a bit distracted. Someone seemingly went over to the crowd. I don't know if it was Rippers that had something to say. But the crowd were a bit distracted momentarily. Chop coming in there by Finn. Cody goes down. Finn going against the ropes. Ooh, beautiful kick. Lovely kick as the ref counts and a kick out by Cody. Is it 3:48 in your area, said WWE. Yes, it is. There is only one gender of wrestling that WWE likes. Adrenaline in the soul. Very good, Jim. Hope you're well, buds. Big Dom has more than one royal mammy. Nice. Nice. Again, Finn is stomping away on Cody. Finn going out to the crowds, saying a few things, and they're quite happy to... the bananas are standing. The bananas are on their feet. Just got a shot in the background of, like, Rhea, like, doing this, like... And in the background, you've just got these two bananas, like, really angry. It's very, very difficult to get upset and annoyed at a wrestler when you're wearing a banana on your head. Not impossible, but it is difficult. Through the ropes goes Cody. Balor goes into the commentary table, hits his lower back. Quite the image. Cody with ex-con Dom. Ex-con Dom goes over the commentary table. Cody in the corner. Finn goes into the turnbuckle. Lovely power slam. I say lovely. Little botch, but nothing really problematic as Dominic gets back up on his feet. Damian Priest looks like a reject Undertaker. I think there's a "This is awesome" chant. These two, if they were given time, could put on like a fantastic match. 1, 2, shoulder up by Cody. Shoulder up by Cody. As we go to commercial break. Come on. It had been about a minute or so we was due. Cody has breathed new life into Raw, said Big Time Baxter. Wrestling has more than one Royal Rumble. That's just facts, isn't it? That is just facts. That's straight facts that you drop in now, Mitchell. Finn is still underutilized. He is. I do agree. But at least we're doing Summit with him. I mean, don't forget, he had to go down to NXT because we had nothing for him. So we went back. I mean, that's mental, isn't it? That's mental. Finn Balor had to go back to NXT like years after winning the Universal Championship because we had nothing for him. That is mental. That is a level of incompetence that is to be applauded, to be honest. It's a level of incompetence that I didn't even know humanity was capable of. All you can do is go, well done. Well done. Well done. I didn't think we could mess them up that bad. But well done. So, yeah, I do agree he is still not being utilized to his full potential, but I've got to think that we're going to make some moves. There have been some rumors that this year should be a really big year for him. I think Triple H sees plenty in Finn. He made him NXT champ a couple of occasions. So I think Triple H sees stuff in Finn. I don't think Vince really ever did, to be honest. I don't think that's controversial. I think if you look at the track record, I think you can see that Vince didn't really see anything in him. Stupid Vince with his boomer eyes. Finn requested an NXT move himself. Yeah, but that's because they had nothing for him. Wrestling has more than one night of WrestleMania. Wrestling has more than one green shirt guy. Rhea should challenge Gunther. What about F the Revival, adrenaline in my soul? F the Revival? Do you know what? I don't know what they're doing, actually, FTR. Don't know what they're doing. Because they've said that they were interested in coming back, but now that Vince is back, they don't know if it's the right move or not. Don't know if it's the right thing to do. Do you imagine if we had FTR in WWE with Triple H booking? That would have been awesome. That would have been so good. Hopefully, he can still get it over the line because, if this is what the tag division needs. I mean, if you are going to have Kevin and Sammy win the tag belts at WrestleMania, you've got it. That division needs to be popping. Like bringing in FTR would be awesome. Maybe calling up the Creeds as well. That would be good. Suplex by Cody. I was once called Stardust. I like that. I was once called Stardust. Made to act like a rightful adrenaline in the soul. Can you believe I used to look like this and then put a picture of Stardust on and then start? It is mental, and it is mental to think that this is Stardust. It is mental. He was so far away from being like in a world title picture. I mean, the work he's had to do, the reinvention. Who knew that calling him Cody Rhodes and allowing him to just put on great matches and cut great promos, who knew that that was the secret to him getting to the top? Who knew? How could we have ever known? How could we have ever known? How could we have ever known that putting on great matches, cutting great promos, and calling yourself by your real name was what was missing all along? I don't blame WWE. How could they have known? It's the same with Doudrop. How could they have known that Doudrop was a bad name? How could they have ever known? Super kick by Cody. To shoulder up by Finn. How long we got? We got 4 minutes. Judgment Day on the outside, cheering on Finn. But what if Judgment Day moved to SmackDown in the draft, rumored to be after WrestleMania, when they when the big restart happens, Rhea winning the title, Sammy and Owens feud with them. What if Judgment Day moved to SmackDown? They could move to SmackDown. I think you'll see Rhea on SmackDown more. Obviously, if she's going to be taking on Charlotte at WrestleMania, feel like we're going to have to build a feud and stories between them. So I don't know if it'll just be Rhea that goes there or if Judgment Day follow, but might be a bit of fluidity on the road to WrestleMania. What's this? Who's this? Edge. Edge has come through the crowds. Edge has come running through the crowds. So Edge going after Damian Priest. Now he's gone after Dom. Dom goes down. Oh, the bananas are loving it. The bananas are loving it. Go on, Edge. Make him humble. Charging over. Spear to Dom. Oh, Rippers. Rippers has launched onto Edge. Beth. Beth's come running down. Spear by Beth. Beth's here. The hair? It's like a lion. It's like the Lion King just came running down. Sheba or whatever. I don't know what they're called. Tony the Tiger. She's channeled her in a Tony the Tiger. We got Finn Balor back in the corner. She's great. Cody goes down. Finn on the outsides. Finn going up top. Edge jumping up. Edge knows that he can't get involved. Otherwise, Cody will lose. Cody moves out the way. Oh, into a crossroads. Bang! Looking for a second. Bang! Looking for a third. Bang! I'm going to hit more than one crossroads. Adrenaline in my soul. Well done, Cody. Cody wins? How could we have ever predicted such a thing? Cody wins. Arms raised. On and on and on and on. Gorilla Monsoon. This place is going bananas. Yeah. Well done, David. If he'd have said that and then we cut to them, that would be that would have been the greatest moment in the history of wrestling. Gorilla Monsoon on commentary going, they're going banana! And then they cut to the front row and you just got these three guys sat there in these banana masks things. The greatest moment in the history of WWE that would have been. Why did he have to pass away? Right. I can't take Beth Phoenix seriously with that haircut. It is pretty wild. I mean, really? I want Sammy, Roman, Cody night one. Like Randy, Batista, Bryan, Rock interferes, then Sammy and Cody both pin Roman, and they share one title, says Rahul. Coming up next, we got Raw Talk. That's Carmella, Austin Theory, Bronson Reed. Tommy said trash show. Come on, Hunter. It's cool haircut, says dub in, dub out. Right. Stardust was nowhere near as bad as Doudrop. Doudrop. Wonder if she'll go on to be Universal Champion in the future then. I'm going to miss her music, you know. I actually didn't mind her music. Drop money in the money to come. I don't know what they said, but it was something like that. What did you think? I can't even be bothered to write. I can't even be bothered to write the score thing out. Bad, innit? Right, 8 to 10, 7 to 7, 5. I must admit, I think this is going to score pretty low for me. Only because, not because I hated the show or anything, but because I just think in comparison to at the shows. And I think what we're going to get as we're on the road to WrestleMania, sort of feel like it's just the right thing to say. It's the right thing to score. I think like for this to be like maybe a 6.25, something like that. I think they could have done a lot better tonight. But it's not that I hated the show. It's just that I think we're going to get much better. Much better. I think there's more twists and turns and shocks. And I mean, there's some moments. Do you know what I mean? We had some moments. Rhea saying that she's going to face Charlotte. And Boogs coming back. Boogs, remember Boogs? You remember Boogs? You know Boogs. You know Boogs. He came back tonight. You do like him. Come on. He's all right. You like Boogs. Come on. We got to see Chelsea Green, didn't we? Got to see her. That was all right. And Asuka when she dribbled the green stuff. Don't know how I feel about that, but like Cody beat Finn in the main event. That was all right. And got to see Edge, Beth. Beth was in the main event. 10 out of 10 for the banana. And the bananas. We got the bananas, didn't we? Hey, we got the bananas. Got the bananas. Jim said 8 out of 10. I thought they just made Becky Bayley steel cage match for tomorrow's NXT. No, I do understand why, because they said it started in Orlando. Let's go back to Orlando and kind of, I must admit, even my head went, going to NXT. But I think next week's Raw is in Orlando. So I think it's for next week's Raw. There's definitely a graphic I saw for next week's Raw. But I can totally understand where that confusion would come from. Maximum Bananas. Point. I think you freaky. Outside the Cody segment, nothing was great. I like the Bayley bit though. I like the Bayley bit when she turned around and she was like, you know, your husband's only with you because he got you knocked up. I thought that was a pretty good line. Was it great? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think you're right. I don't think there was anything great. Like the Rhea announcement. This is why, for me, like, if I say a 6, I'm not down on the show. I've been entertained. I've had a lovely time. I've had a nice time. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I've had a lovely time. But it's just, I think we can do better. I think there will be better. So that's where the 8s, you know, that's when they come to town. We're at 190, nearly 200 votes, though. That'll be good. Roll with Rich said it's because it's 3 hours. Yeah, yes. So many times we've said if you cut this down to 2 hours, it becomes a lot more. Becomes a lot more, doesn't it? It like you cut out the waffle and you just get like a good focused 2-hour show. It would be better. But they want all that sweet ad revenue, don't they? Just be thankful that there wasn't a different sponsor slapped in the center of the ring for each match. So I'm pretty sure that's where we're headed. And just be thankful when the wrestlers came out, weren't Beyblades being advertised behind them, like when Theory came out a few months ago. And he didn't come out to a Titantron graphic. He came out to an advert. He walked out to the ring with an advert playing behind him for Beyblades. That was a terrifying glimpse into the future, I think. So yeah, they're going to sell it all, aren't they? And you know what? I mean, in all fairness, I think what they're doing is maybe showing potential purchasers. Well, you could do this. You could do this. Could do that. There's ways of making more money. Look, you buy WWE, you could slap the logo in the ring, make more money then, wouldn't you? Have people come walking out with an advert behind you and make more money then. You know, you could have one of them dressed up as Colonel Sanders whilst they wrestle the match and the other one dressed as Ronald McDonald and make more money then, wouldn't you? Actually, here's someone dressed as a Street Fighter character. You'll make more money then, wouldn't you? Actually thought she looked really good. She looked better dressed as the Street Fighter character, but you know they paid money for that to happen. It's a great advert for Street Fighter 6, isn't it? Whilst you're watching the Rumble.
Here's someone coming down. I must admit, you know, I was watching that, and I did think, I actually don't mind this. When you've got like someone like Zelina, who, I'm sorry, Zelina, you're not the most compelling of superstars at the moment, right? No issue with Zelina, but she ain't really doing anything right now, is she? Yeah. So her coming out dressed as like a Street Fighter character, it doesn't really affect anything. It's not like I was anticipating Zelina's entrance. So instead, you bring her out dressed as a Street Fighter character. You kind of go, don't mind that. I don't mind that. And I thought she looked better. I actually thought, do you know what? That's a really good advert for like just how important ring gear is. So many ring gears are so similar. So similar. They're all just like little trunks with like a few things off and a few fluffy things and all this. No one ever really like goes for things that are like really out there and different. Like you looked at what she was wearing. She weren't wearing trunks. She was wearing like these trousers that came down to her ankles and trainers, and she had her hair in a bun, and it looked like different to what you would see like Liv wearing or what you would see pretty much anyone wearing, you know, EO. What EO wears is a bit similar to what Liv wears. It's a bit similar to what, I don't know, Dakota wears. Like, they all just seem to wear, like, very similar stuff. It's all, like, you know, shiny, sparkly, fine, but nothing really that inspirational. I've said before, sometimes less is more. Rather than putting belts and bells and whistles and straps and fluffy bits and different fabrics and all this, like, for me, Macho Man was, what was it, like orange trunks with some stars on the front. And that is just some of the most iconic ring gear. Bam Bam Bigelow was a singlet with flames on. Iconic. Like Vader, you know, ring gear with red and then black. But the way it was shaped, it was just, you could draw like very quickly, like Bam Bam's ring gear or Vader's ring gear. And people would go, Vader, Bam Bam, Macho Man. You know, you get some trunks, color them in yellow, someone will go Hogan. You don't need all these bells and whistles and straps and fluffy bits and all this kind of stuff. Like, strip it back down, less is more. You could do something really good with Boogs. They need something really good for Boogs. Don't know what it is yet, but he is a blank canvas. That guy is fun, big, exciting. Should not be in a black singlet, right? No way should he be in a black singlet. But what we put him in, I'm not sure. Singlet, I ain't got a problem with. You could maybe go down the path of Ravishing Rick Rude. Do you remember he used to spray paint on his, have actual, like, if he was going up against the Warrior, then he would have the Warrior spray painted. When he went up against, I think, Jake Roberts, he had Jake Roberts' wife spray painted onto the back of his trunks. So, like, he actually had Jake Roberts' wife put on there. Like, you could maybe go down that road for Boogs and maybe do something interesting there. I always thought Rob Van Dam singlets were really eye-catching. But the problem is, this is their thing, isn't it? Like, if you do the spray painting thing, that's Ravishing Rick Rude's thing. If you do, like, the yin-yang and, like, really lovely patterned singlet, that's Rob Van Dam's thing. If you go, like, I don't know, maybe you go, like, with an explosion of color or something, I don't know. It's tricky, but Zelina Vega definitely showed that ring gear, like, definitely can really elevate someone. I thought she looked so much better. So much better. So, yeah, I don't know what they do with Boogs, but it might be quite nice if they did a little... What about if Boogs did, like, a little competition? Got the WWE Universe to, like, send in designs, and then they pick one and someone's gets made into ring gear. It doesn't have to wear it all the time. But, like, they could do that. It could be, like, you know, it could be some really good ideas that get submitted that way. I think that'd be a nice idea. Just wasted here, aren't we, guys? We're just wasted. Boogs and Madcap need new attires. I think that Boogs and Madcap have got big potential, says Dominic. Mm-hmm. Alexa is hiding in a WrestleMania advert, said Alex. What do you mean? Like in a cupboard? What's she doing? What do you mean hiding? Are you going to make a video on Alexa Howdy segment today? Yeah, big segment. The wedding. How can I not? How could I not? Days, it's Hebrew for head of the table. You have to translate backwards. If you type head in the table into Google, then the symbols appear, but they appear backwards. Okay, well, thanks. Yeah, I saw someone on Twitter say it was head of the table, but it's a bit disappointing, isn't it, to be honest? I wish they'd have done that, but done it for something a bit more interesting. You know what I mean? Like, head of the table's just a bit and they're on the wrong show. On the wrong show. What, you brought a head of the table sign to Raw? SmackDown makes more sense. I mean, technically, Roman is the WWE champion, which is the Raw belt, but as we all know, he never appears. I think you count on one hand the amount of times he was on Raw last year. So, I remember that. It was epic. Right. Yeah, that was. Cheryl Roberts. Yeah, I mean, there's loads of ideas, loads of things that you can do. I just think sometimes less is more, but we've got to do something good for Boogs. Really, I see potential there. Right, listen, let's end this. Where do we get? Oh, six away from 300, and then we'll wrap up the poll. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow. We are going to be doing NXT, and we are doing NXT this weekend, Vengeance Day. So we are back tomorrow with NXT. We are back this weekend with Vengeance Day. Of course, we're doing AEW and SmackDown as well. So we've got all that coming up this week. Sure, there'll be bits of news and things for us to keep an eye on, as always. But with 2 more votes to go, we'll wrap the boom. Thank you. Then we'll wrap this poll up and we'll send this baby home. Right, here we go. What do you think? 72775 said 36%. 8 to 10 said 28%. 6 to 675 said 23%. 575 or below 11%. I would probably be in the 6s just because the matches meant something. Cody against Finn. I know it doesn't really stand for much, but first, proper match back for Cody. That's great. And also against Finn, I mean, that's a nice match in it. Cody against Finn. Can't be too down on that. The other matches were qualifying matches, which was good. Did we see a women's match? I don't know if we saw a women. Oh, we saw Candice, didn't we? Candice and EO. Nice Bailey segment. Rhea Ripley makes an announcement. But yeah, was there anything really OMG? No. So yeah, for me, that's why I'd be in the 6s, but that's also why I'm not in the 5s or below. I think that I didn't feel that I was bored. I didn't feel my attention drifting or anything. So yeah. See what they've got on Friday, shall we? The whole Sammy story. People are definitely going to be here for that. That's the one that I think people are really looking forward to. I knew we wouldn't get anything for that here. So we just got to wait a little bit longer for that. But that is Friday, and it's going to be a big, big show. Awesome, guys. Thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support as always. And we are back on tomorrow. Awesome. Bye for now.